So are we live now, or?
We should be shortly. Yeah, I believe we're live.
Oh man, I wonder how long that was just dead air.
I have a hard time saying. Give me a second here. This thing is glitching for some reason.
I will say 13 seconds, just a guess.
Probably. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I was wondering why the chat wasn't loading. Yeah, so anyways, welcome everybody to the stream. Today we've got something very interesting. A lot of the works of Samuel Edward Konkin III that were, well, not very widely distributed because, well, they were pamphlets. They were small little publications that were largely distributed by
Oh
hand, were
yeah,
previously
it's
thought
not
lost. Well, they've been
it's
found
not
again.
just that he was a pamphleteer, but and this is sort of a crucial aspect to highlight because prior to about the late 1970s, the new libertarian school of thought he was promoting is actually it was gaining a lot of traction even within the libertarian movement. But what happened is around the late 1970s, the libertarian movement began increasingly to you could argue whether like what direction this happened in, but in either case, the Libertarian Party, the organization itself, began to start seeping its influence into a lot of the organizations which previously would have published a lot of the libertarian literature. And Konkin was not too friendly with the organizers of the Libertarian Party. Well, he like didn't antagonize them, and he wasn't like throwing ad hominems around. In fact, he hated that, and he openly like argued that that's not productive. But he would have debates with people like David Nolan and these major party quote unquote libertarian organizers, and he would just absolutely destroy them. And once they realized basically they couldn't win against the agorists in debate, they just started deplatforming everything that had to do with with the new libertarian movement that Konkin was predominantly the larger intellectual in, even though he wasn't the only one. But I just wanted to point that out because it's not really that they were just lost. It would be more accurate to say partially that they were buried.
Mm-hmm. And my thinking is that in so doing, they've actually demonstrated a lot of the points that Konkin brought up in regards to what happens to people when they conflate their interests with that of the states, or they seek to inculcate their interests in the state. They seek to use the state as the means to achieve their end. You end up with people who genuinely believe that those who actually threaten the state's interests and the state's power become a threat to their interest. In other words, people who actually want to dismantle the state become a threat to the libertarian movement, even though the libertarian movement is supposed to be against the state. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure everyone here can appreciate the irony in that. And you can see this today with the Libertarian Party as well as the Hoppian wing that is allegedly part of the anarchist libertarian movement as well. People who just conflate the state, or who believe that they can use the state to achieve their interests, which is actually one of the things that gets covered in one of these pamphlets that we'll be looking over today. I shrunk the window down a little bit so that you guys can see it on stream, and I'll do so in the PDFs, but in order to follow along, I would strongly advise that you go to full screen so that you can read along with us.
Okay, so just very basically, before we get into this, so how exactly all this lost media was collected? Well, if you watched the Nate the Voluntarist stream, which I can't imagine many people watching this stream did, but about a year ago, I was on a stream with Victor Koman, which, for those of you who don't know, Victor Koman was a well, he was of course a prominent figure in the new libertarian movement with Konkin, so he was a close friend of Konkin's, but he's not really an intellectual. He's a sci-fi author, but he's the main, like, his organization CoPubCo was the main way that a lot of the work from that circle of libertarians actually did manage to get published somewhat. It was he started a publishing company essentially, and published a lot of this work after the Libertarian Party ended up co-opting a lot of these organizations like Laissez-Faire Books and making it so they couldn't get their work out. But we spoke with him, and Victor Koman essentially for the last since Konkin died about 16 years now, he's had Konkin's laptop that Konkin died with, and on that laptop there was a lot of old writings and old materials and pamphlets. Like all the issues of New Libertarian Weekly were on it. It's just that for the last 16 years, he's had difficulty accessing, the laptop and these files, because these files were encrypted. And well, apparently he figured it out, and now regularly he's created an archive of all this previously lost media, and is going to be updating it regularly.
Excellent. Now, if I'm going to be quiet, it's because I'm trying to test something real quick. I'm just trying to see if this works. Yeah, just if there's anything else you wanted to add, you can keep
No,
going.
that's just the history behind these and why they've been lost for so long.
All
But
right.
how they were able to be found, essentially. And Victor Koman announced all this recently on a podcast called The Agorist Nexus, which, for those who aren't listeners, I would really recommend going to check that out. It's a pretty great show. Um, it's one of the better podcasts that talks about social issues that most people probably don't know about.
When does it usually come on?
It's weekly, I think. I think maybe bi-weekly, but it's hosted by a website called theagoristnexus.com, which is a great website that publishes articles that, again, I think should be more widely known than it is.
Oh yeah, like a lot of the articles on Agorist Nexus are just top tier quality in terms of their insights, the ideas that they put forward, and there aren't times where you just want to put your face in your palm and just scream quietly at them
Yeah,
just saying something really
whereas
dumb.
whereas with Mises articles, I love Mises, but quite a few of the people they have publishing to the Mises Institute are kind of fucking dumb, and I can say the same thing about C4SS.
Yeah, the favoritism that they show with a lot of this no, I can't do it. It's not gonna work. I'm trying to test donations to see if they actually pop up. Problem is,
Uh,
it's not letting me do it from my own
Ryan,
account.
Ryan McCracken's article, Why Feudalism is Private Law, Lou Rockwell defending BP after the BP oil spill, Lou Rockwell arguing that libertarianism can't defend freedom of speech, And on the C4SS side of the brainlit tier articles, you have William Gillis's Antifa are the defenders of freedom of speech, white market agorism, which literally can't exist. And if I were to look deeper, I could probably find a few more that I read and I look at. I look at the title and I just think, bruh, that's a bruh moment.
Dude,
And
the
then, of course,
biggest
there are some.
promo was white market what was it you said? White market agorism?
White
Is
market
that what?
agorism, which by
That's an
definition just,
actual,
I mean,
and that's an actual article on C4SS.
How? That
uh,
doesn't make any sense.
but I haven't read that article, but my first impression is that he doesn't know that gray markets are a thing, which does not speak well to his own knowledge of how agorism or just the markets work. So, God forbid you end up with people who unironically put, and sometimes another thing that what's it called, that C4SS will do is they put forward articles with like blatantly communist or communistic headlines, and you read it and they actually have some very valuable insight. Like, I think I remember reading one a few weeks ago about like its headline was something along the lines of why private property can't exist in a free society. But
Yeah,
what it's
Kevin Carson likes to do that, but basically, when he's referring to private property, he's talking about property norms as defined by state legislation.
yeah,
So no,
which is
it's
completely reasonable.
extremely like the arguments he's making are incredibly reasonable and valid more times than not. But the terminology he uses, it's as if he's deliberately like he's trying to like make people like the Hoppians look at that and mischaracterize his arguments, which I guess in a sense that's kind of a valid. That's not valid, but it's an interesting debate tactic. It's like, well, how can they refute your ideas if they never accurately characterize them? And also, how is that going to fare if somebody does end up reading your ideas and they listened to these people mischaracterize your ideas for as long as they had? It's not going to make them look very good. But
It's
yeah, I'd love to ask him why he does that, but he only seems to want to stream with other members of C4SS, which is a bummer. But especially because I think that he's a really smart guy, and he could get his work more recognition than it currently has. But anyway, the point that I was just getting to by talking about all this is the Agorist Nexus is not a website where I've ever seen an article put out by them where I thought that it had a stupid premise or it was a badly written it was a bad argument or just not a very well thought out argument.
yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with the work of Wendy McElroy, but that was somebody in the new libertarian circles in the 70s with Konkin. But Agorist Nexus, from what I understand, is like her website, and it's pretty recently started taking off into like a. It's not even close to being as influential as the Mises Institute or even C4SS, but it's kind of ballooning in its influence recently. So that's something that I'll be kind of excited to keep an eye on.
hmm I haven't followed it very much at all, but honestly, I should probably fix that. But anyways, we should probably get started on some of these archives because a lot of what's been presented in here is, well, it's really freaking solid. So where should we start? Honestly, I was kind of
uh,
I was talking with Asia before we started this stream, that we should start at the Movement of the Libertarian Left pamphlets down here, because that serves as a pretty good introductory point. And probably a good way to start it out would be the first one, number 1, introducing MLL. Sound good?
Which
Yeah.
for those who don't know, because this is actually kind of it's a very contentious point in the libertarian movement currently, mainly because when people talk about left Rothbardianism or left market anarchism, people like Hoppians or Walter Block hear that and they don't know what that means. And more times than not, they will attempt to ascribe arguments to them based on their understanding of what people like Marxists or the anti-property so-called mutualists would put forward, and assume that that's what they must argue. But essentially, the difference between left Rothbardianism and how Rothbardianism typically is argued in the sense that it would argue for like political secessionism and just in general political tactics, is that the left Rothbardians they agree fundamentally on everything. It's just that the left Rothbardians base their understanding of ethics on Aristotelian philosophy, whereas the party arc libertarians argue from the basis of like a pseudo Kantian categorical imperative kind of approach, which for those of you who don't understand what that means, that's essentially to say that the Kantian libertarians, I guess as I'll refer to them from here, they would just assert that the non-aggression principle is a valid concept, and everything that's entailed by the non-aggression principle is a valid concept, but that it's in a bubble. They don't necessarily have to explain why, and there's not sort of anything that's that you can derive, that you can use to derive that conclusion from. It's just sort of the baseline of how you would look at society, and then morality and law and everything else would be derived from a thinly conceived of application of the non-aggression principle. And the Aristotelians would argue that the non-aggression principle and the ethical arguments are conclusions of positions argued in other subjects of philosophy, like free will, for instance, being required to argue moral agency, and moral agency being required to argue for self-ownership. Therefore, you have a necessary reason as someone who argues that the NAP is legitimate to argue that free will and moral agency are legitimate concepts. And this seems like a very minor difference, but the implications of that start becoming kind of obvious from the start. The main one being that if ethics are not, if how one applies their actions in society can't be derived directly from ethical truth, how one would go about defending their rights, or how one would go about like conceiving of law and applying law, if that's not sort of innately derived from ethics, well then it has to be derived from bottom up social organization. And thankfully social organization is itself an emergent property of human action. So it changes the argument, and it changes how one would argue for libertarian conclusions. It makes libertarian conclusions dependent upon libertarian means necessarily, which is why I would argue that it's a better argument, and it's a better way of conceiving of libertarianism, because if we were to assume that the Kantian position were true, well then, could you achieve a society where you have freedom of speech by censoring people? Could you stop people from being coerced by coercing people? Obviously not. Therefore, it's kind of absurd to argue that there aren't any entailments in arguing ethical positions.
Are we going to start?
Yeah, we can start now.
Right now, I was just getting the.
Could you?
I was trying to get the pamphlet set up on stream, which actually turned out to be a little trickier than it is. Also, someone asked for the archive in the chat, so I was just trying to get that sent over in the chat. So if you guys do want to have the archive, I'm posting it in chat right now, so go check that out.
The archive link is archives.copubco.com.
I just posted it in chat, so people can just check that out.
And I'm repeating the link in case someone is watching this that can't see the chat.
Can I put it it's on the Discord?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Actually, it would be very helpful if as many people as possible were to see these archives. But anyway, if it felt like I was rambling about left Rothbardianism, I mean, I really wasn't. It's a bit of a heavily nuanced topic that I don't think a lot of people appreciate the nuances in. So I was trying to explain that as simply as I possibly could.
All right. But yeah, I was looking through these pamphlets earlier, and for some reason they start at the second page. I mean, keep in mind that this is originally a pamphlet and not a PDF, so yeah, we got to start at the bottom page here. And Asia, since you're doing government school teacher stuff, do you want to start out?
On this pamphlet?
Yeah, just go to the second page and start at the part where it says introducing the movement of the libertarian left.
Yeah, I'm already there. I'm already on the pamphlet we were talking about.
All right.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, I'm on here. Yeah, where it says who are you? Okay, I'll go ahead and start it. Who are you? The movement of the libertarian left is the organized part of the broader libertarian movement for those of radical commitment. Most libertarian groups are education-oriented. MLL is action-oriented, therefore we differ from other libertarian groups by being organized on a strategic basis of cells, tacticians, and strategists, rather than on educationist basis. MLL, unlike political libertarian organizations, does not compromise on ends or means.
And that's sort of what I was saying earlier, that there are a lot of implications derived from that conception of the non-aggression principle, but the most important one, and the way that left libertarians would differ from the sort of party libertarians, is that they would argue for these sort of bottom-up tactics of organization to subvert the state. They look at a libertarian society not as some sort of abstract that could be achieved from like a legislative basis or something that has to like be decreed by the state, and then everybody can be free. You free yourself by disassociating and subverting these means of control that the state has over your life, whether or not it's becoming self-employed or associating to make money locally, and being as disconnected from like state-controlled finance and globalized supply chains as possible, or tax resisting, making sure that the government can't make any revenue off of you as a way of undermining the government's ability to function. That leads, most notably to the left libertarians being skeptical of models of organization which largely are dependent upon the existence of state privilege and intervention into the market. So firms that organize themselves hierarchically, for instance. A lot of people are sort of would get confused over the argument against organizational hierarchy. Well, it's not an ethical argument against the model itself. If you can organize in that manner, fine. But considering that these organizations, in large part, are dependent upon an entire, the legal apparatus of the state to try and sustain them, and they have these notable effects of disempowering people both financially and psychologically to make them more dependent upon authority. Well, there's reason both there's reason both tangentially and in terms of praxis to be skeptical of things like that. And that puts off a lot of the currently it puts off a lot of the party types or the Hoppians, just because they don't understand the argument. They think, oh, you're against these models of organization because you're saying that it's coercive. It's very small brain stuff.
I love that. I love how he rather passive aggressively calls out the very much the partyarchist style libertarians, the ones who, as we talked about before, associate their interests and their goals with the state as a methodology to achieve them, either through secessionism, through just simply voodooing the state out of existence. There's another pamphlet that actually addresses this more specifically that I want to get into a little later, and I'm pretty sure we'll have time to, but yeah, just here, it's kind of also funny how he talks about how other libertarian organizations, quote unquote, and you can see he puts libertarian in quote right there, and also the capital L, how he implies that they do compromise on ends or means, which we can not only see this, as you probably heard yourself, the argument of, oh, we should just use whatever tools are available to dismantle the state, even though a lot of those so-called tools actually work in contrary to your own interests and just simply simply cause you to unconsciously associate your means and your ends with that of the state, thus indirectly coercing you into perpetuating the state and getting on and signing yourself onto praxis that does nothing to hurt the state. But it also talks about another phenomena that is not unique to the Libertarian Party at all. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of us were partyarchists at one point, who followed mainstream politics, the kind of back and forth between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, and probably something similar in other countries like Canada, UK, with more parliamentary systems and larger numbers of parties, who genuinely believe that the Labour Party.
Why
what's
call
this?
It left then, knowing the connotation that word holds.
What is?
We got a donation.
People are going to automatically
nice.
assume that means libertarian socialism or something.
I would say.
Yeah, thank you, Kojal, for the $10, and I'm actually very pleased with myself that I was able to get that donation notification working. That's what I was trying to test. That's what I was trying to test earlier.
Nice. We got the notifications working, boy.
Yeah, now we just got to get the latest donation and best donation widgets working. And not really important, but yeah. Thank you again, Kojal, for the $10. And yeah, we know that there is a connotation with the term left, and that is something that I was planning on getting into later on in this pamphlet.
It's something that this pamphlet itself addresses, and yes, I also was going to address that.
Mm-hmm. But it was just I was going to hold off on my thoughts until later on when we get to that point. But yeah, you do have a point when you're saying that people are going to conflate it with libertarian socialism or even just straight up Marxism, something that's not
No,
something that's not libertarian at all.
I understand why the party, especially the party types, when they hear libertarian left, they think Marxists or like the confused ANCOMs. No, I definitely understand why they would assume that, especially from their position of like assuming the existence of a political spectrum, or that societies are organized around legislative policy. It's not that I can follow their reasoning. I know how they sort of came to that conclusion, but that's what I'm saying is that that's not right, and that's something that sort of doesn't really have a basis in justifying itself. Yeah, we'll go more over that in a moment.
Anyways, sorry, you were gonna
I'm
say
sorry.
something?
Yeah, earlier before you got the donation, I was going to speak. I was going to say that I like how he describes the movement as action orientated rather than like educational, because one of the biggest like what not I wouldn't say biggest, but one criticism that I've noticed from like the Hoppian types against agorists is that, well, if you try to do these actions that would actually go against the state, then all you're going to do is just have the state crack down on the agorists and the people who are against the state even more. But the issue is that like those same type of people are
Oh,
going to
no.
be going through like the political means in order, like, what they want to achieve their goal, all it's going to be is just going to achieve political ends because they're going through it like through political means. And
Exactly.
like in instance like Hoppians, for instance, they're not people that want to actually subvert the state, but rather keep going along with the system in fear that like something might happen to them, even though that can already happen right now
Oh
without them
no,
knowing.
the state is inherently violent and will use violence to try and protect itself if you try to undermine its ability to function. I would have never guessed.
Like this is one,
That's a pretty goddamn weak argument,
but
especially from people who call themselves anarchists that no doubt have been faced with the statist equivalent of that exact same argument, which is the warlord's problem. That's literally just a reformulation of the warlord's problem.
Here's a
But
thought. Here's a
uh,
sorry if I'm interrupting, but here's a thought. So, is there utilization of entirely statist praxis, like secessionism and voting, done exclusively because they're cowards? Is that their primary motivation right now?
that's what I like calling them. I like calling them a bunch of cowards because like I want to like pose them a question, being, how can you call yourself anarchist if the only thing like that separates you between a statist is just the name? Because you're effectively doing the same thing as a regular statist.
you're using political means. You're making yourself dependent upon assuming that state action will achieve your desired results, and you can say whatever you want, whatever results that you want. You could say that, but if you can't demonstrate how you'll come to that conclusion without using inconsistent means, especially where your assumption that you'll even reach those ends are woefully based on descriptions of what the state is that are completely disassociated from reality. It's kind of a meaningless thing. Oh, I want this. But Marxists don't want they claim that they don't want violence, or that they just want people to go along with it. But if we look at what they're actually doing, their means, you realize that there necessarily is going to be violence entailed in arriving at those ends. and that their ends will be violent.
The anarcho-statist.
Just what I was going to say is, regarding the warlords problem, it's really funny that like they would try and throw their own version of that at us, because we're like the left libertarians are the ones that actually have the best argument against the warlords problem, which is that we're not seceding and setting up a libertarian territory, because we're going to be, and the libertarian means and the libertarian strategy is to undermine the state's ability to influence society by liberating yourself and emancipating yourself and making it so as many people as possible can emancipate themselves from the legal markets and the state's influence over their lives. It's the state itself will actively have a harder time functioning, and they won't have any sort of coherent territory to invade, because the libertarians who are undermining their ability to function will be emerging within their own territory and destroying their influence from within themselves.
I'm going to say, like, it's not even they're throwing that criticism at us, because those people that are saying those things, they have access to the Discord. They could easily come in and like have a discussion with us about those things, but they don't, because like these people honestly have a fetish for intellectual inbreeding. Like they know their ideas are bullshit. They know, like, to even suggest that type of idea concerning what we've talked about, they would not dare even say that to our faces.
It's kind of obvious if you've listened to sort of the party libertarians. They either have never actually read a single thing that was written by one of the left libertarians, or perhaps more egregiously, they will blatantly lie about the things that they argue. And we've spoken about Hopkins, so to avoid kind of running that example into the ground, there are two debates that you can find on YouTube between Walter Block both times and Sheldon Richman, along with Roderick Long. He debated both of them. And in both cases, Walter Block approached them with the same criticism. Why are you ethically against hierarchies? What's wrong with people organizing in hierarchies? Why libertarianism doesn't have any entailments? Like, he knows their argument. He approaches everyone who holds their view with the exact same sort of long debunked criticism. It's actually it's a step beyond intellectual dishonesty, because what he's doing is he's making it so they can't actually discuss why their argument is valid. He puts them into a loop where they procedurally have to just keep explaining what they argue over and over again, but not why it has more merit.
More like
Maybe that's
intellectual
the point.
That's what I'm suggesting. Is it seems as if that's a deliberate strategy in order to try and maintain the political libertarian position, is just to try and manipulate the left libertarians into not being able to articulate their view through a very propaganda-ish strategy.
It's intellectual bankruptcy.
It's not terribly surprising, but anyways, I was going to keep going on the next part. So I'll read this part. What's libertarian? There is a huge abundance of literature on the subject as of 1987, and we will be glad to answer any questions you have on this large, complex, thorough, and principled understanding of human relations called libertarianism. Complicated as libertarianism seems at first glance, it is based on one startlingly simple premise: uncompromising commitment to individual liberty. This is often stated for logical precision as the non-aggression principle, thusly: no one has the right to initiate violence or coercion, the threat of violence, against another's life and property. The complexity of libertarianism arises from the applicability of this principle to nearly every facet of human action. The effectiveness of libertarianism comes from the single, easy-to-grasp, overriding rule, and the ethical beauty of libertarianism is in what it says nothing about: the personal conduct of your own life and disposal of your own property.
This is, that's a great way of putting sort of what we were touching upon earlier. The main criticism of left libertarianism is bunk. No, there is absolutely no basis. There's actually an even stronger basis from the left libertarian position to reject arguments for coercion and aggression, because from the political position, the political libertarian position is entirely based around a praxis that suggests it's okay to sacrifice libertarian means in pursuing libertarian ends. That logically is going to conclude with being aggressive as a way of achieving libertarian ends, or at the very least arguing that that's okay. And from this position, the Aristotelian case for the NAP, that's inherently an absurdity, because in order to reach the conclusion that the NAP is valid, you have to use means to reach that conclusion, which would entail complete non-aggression, or ensuring that aggression is less prevalent in society.
Oh, yeah. More important, I think what's also very important is how he kind of sums up the idea of libertarians in a sense that, well, I'm reminded of the fact that this is a pamphlet, so you can imagine like someone reading this for the first time, and this might be their first exposure to this crazy idea of what is libertarian, and this is they probably won't read much further than the first or second fold, but I think this is a pretty good introduction to some normie who has otherwise never heard of it. It's just the commitment to individual liberty, uncompromising. Me contrasting that with the compromised commitment to individual liberty from the partyarchists, from the Libertarian Party, from the coctopus, in other words. I look. What happened is that I had the visual of how that word was spelled in my head, and I just pronounced that. I know it's coctopus, but yeah.
That sounds like something I should draw now.
That is something you would draw.
Please do not. I am asking you. Do not draw that.
I don't draw dicks anyway, so you're lucky on that.
By the way, that's something a lot of people probably don't know, that Konkin was actually the very first person who referenced the concept of the coctopus, which is the influence of David and Charles Koch in the political scene, especially in the United States. However, it's kind of, as it exists in its modern form, I mean, yeah, it's not the same argument. Essentially what it is now is it's a talking point promoted by people like Tom Hartman and Sam Cedar, who totally co-opted it and essentially have turned it into this organization that associated with this organization that associated with another interest group that associated with this charity is associated with the something that the Kochs are 9 times removed from. Therefore, that's an organization that's funded and working towards the interests of the Koch family. But no, what Konkin was referring to is the fact that political libertarianism, like the Libertarian Party, of course, the Cato Institute, FEE, and all of these other sort of political interest groups that funded the Libertarian Party and, put these and, shaped the modern political libertarian talking points, were all directly managed by the Koch family. So when he's referring to the Kochtopus, he's referring to the Koch's influence over the libertarian movement specifically, and he's the reason that he brings that up is that the Koch family, being a bunch of corporatists, libertarians should have a reason to be skeptical of their influence, and that's another thing that Konkin was categorically right about, because 40 years later, we can see that was nothing more than a Trojan horse to try and subvert the libertarian movement and turn it into essentially new liberalism.
You can see, yeah, as he was talking about, you can see that today with who is it that the Libertarian Party previously nominated for their presidential candidate before they just kicked him out and replaced him with like Joe Jogenberg or whatever her name is.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 2016 and Gary Johnson, but
no, I mean Gary Johnson is another story, because you had a whole bunch of like vastly superior candidates who actually could show something resembling libertarian principles, and then this guy who was so stupid he genuinely believes that it's legitimate to ask permission from the government to drive a car.
Well, I think that it's a libertarian proposal to suggest that there should be a carbon tax.
Oh, and don't forget,
that's something that Gary Johnson actually said, by the way.
He also, and I'm pretty sure everyone also remembers when Gary Johnson unironically argued that it is legitimate for the government to force a Jewish baker to bake a Nazi cake. Back when that was a controversy. Bake the Nazi cake, you damn Jew! He didn't literally say that, but I mean, that's the effect of using government violence to enforce your preferences for morality.
Yeah, 2020, the Libertarian Party is like, it's just a walking corpse at this point. Because for one thing, the agorist position is, since 2016, it's kind of been kicking the party position's ass in terms of just the debate and the actual influence it has in the libertarian movement. Like, you'll see a lot of these state media pundits saying, the Libertarian Party is dead. No, that means nobody's a libertarian. Well, sorry about that, but
meanwhile,
it's not.
Sorry,
it's not that libertarianism is dying. What it means that, like, the concept that a political movement in pursuit of libertarian principles, that concept is dying, and instead, the people who were libertarians have either gone full Hoppian, or the new generation of libertarians are getting into it because of through people like Konkin or Cody Wilson or Tim C. May, the agorist or crypto anarchist movement. So it's not that the libertarian movement is less influential. It's just it's becoming recognized that it's strictly anti-political. So in other words, it's just going back to its roots. Instead of libertarianism being gotta debate with everybody and convince them to vote for lower tax rates, libertarianism is instead going back to like the days of Spooner, where libertarians helped actually creating and financing the Underground Railroads and starting slave revolts.
Mm-hmm. Now, one thing I've always found interesting, and this is even coming from Hoppians and other alleged libertarians, is the question of, well, you're not going to get an agorist society because how are you going to convince people that agorism is the best way to go? Huh? Punk? Stuff like that. Maybe the last two words is not something that they say, but you get what I mean. And the great thing about agorism, and agorism specifically, is that in order for it to be successful, literally nobody has to be an ideological agorist in order for it to work.
You don't. I was going to. I'm sorry. I was going to say you don't have to be a libertarian. Like you don't even have to be like a libertarian yourself. Like not just an agorist. Like you don't even have to be a libertarian. It's just that there's a framework that we have that is objective that you can use to determine whether or not you've been wronged or someone else has been wronged.
Mm-hmm. That's a question of ethics, and I'm just talking about praxis at the moment. The basic idea is that people are going to adopt agorist praxis purely because it's more profitable. And we can see this today. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've talked about this before, the video I made about how bootleggers, how music sharers, how file sharers, how torrenters, that's the new counterculture. And you're looking at millions and millions of people around the world. Like nowadays, sports is most commonly streamed through places like Reddit and other places where they do a entirely bootleg stream off the internet. And they're not doing that because they're ideological agorists or because they want to smash the state or anything else. In fact, I'm sure if you ask them, you would get an incredibly diverse array of opinions, the overwhelming majority of which are definitely going to be statist. They're just acting in agorist praxis in ways that undermine the state's ability to control things like intellectual property and copyrights because it's more profitable, because it serves their interests better. And that is what agorism is fundamentally, that's what makes agorism fundamentally superior to any other of these ideas or any other of these schools of libertarianism that fundamentally rely on just convincing everyone to vote the state away.
Just assume that the state is actually going to take that into consideration instead of state being a coherent organization that has its own defined set of interests. And if you vote in a way that conflicts with its interests, and it's probably not even going to actually do that. In fact, there's never been a case where the state gaining less influence, conceding ground in society, or lowering tax rates has not been preceded by either a mass, popular resistance to that, or by just people rejecting the state or choosing to boycott or something along those lines. But there's never been an instance in history where people have voted against the state's interests, and the state has said, "Oh well, just golly gee whiz, people don't like us aggressing upon their rights. I guess we gotta step back a bit, guys."
I remember hearing a story about what's his name? I believe it was Billy Joel Idol going to the Soviet Union because for the first time in its history, they actually allowed American rock stars to go to their country to perform concerts. And one thing that absolutely bewildered him was as he was singing lyrics to his songs, the audience would be following along perfectly, like they already knew the lyrics, even though until relatively recently his music was banned. What was going on was that for decades prior, there was an enormous black market, not just in music, but in all sorts of goods that allowed or that were shared constantly. The underground music scene for American music in the Soviet Union was absolutely enormous, to the point where every time that the Soviet government would attempt to crack down on it, there was such a popular uprising that they got the Kremlin to kneel routinely. This kind of thing was common. In fact, it became so bad that, the Soviet Union did have to, as you described earlier, concede ground and not only allow Western music into their country, but also to allow Western performers to perform in their country.
Oh, yeah, that's what the last decade of the Soviet Union's existence was. it was constantly just conceding ground to the counter economists, because by that point, according to the Kremlin's own estimates, 5 times the amount of GDP being produced in the Soviet Union at the time was being produced entirely in the agora, in the gray and black markets. It was getting to the point where the KGB agents who were supposed to be cracking down on that sort of activity were themselves involved in that activity, because their political economy had just rotted so much to the point where it had basically almost little to no influence or sustainable way, not influence, but it had little to no consistent way of actually stopping that from happening. And that's how you saw, that's what inevitably led in the late 80s to, the Soviet Pizza Hut commercial. That's what the collapse of the Soviet Union was. It was that model of political economy itself dying, because the counter economists had made it impossible to continue operating. And we're seeing the exact same thing happening in the United States right now. And in fact, in pretty much every country in the world, by the IRS's own admission, 50 to 60% of people that are engaging in trade are not actually submitting their are not actually being taxed, and it's 85% of tax receipts are just ignored. So, I mean, you're seeing in large part the same thing happening, and you're indeed, if you look at a lot of places, you're just seeing, the state threatens people. That's what the state does. It threatens people. And if you were to look at what the state's actually doing, you'd think, oh, well, from a political perspective, you'd think, oh, we're living in a 50s Soviet-esque planned economy right now. If you were to actually go out and actually obtain food for yourself, I'd imagine that even most of the people watching this stream at this point are probably going to farmers markets, and are probably when they go in, if they have to go into white market stores, if they go into the stores, nobody says anything to them about not wearing a mask.
Oh, yeah. I actually have a story about that. I was going to the grocery store I think it was last week, and I would go there once or twice a week, and she wasn't always there, but there was some woman in her 40s or 50s who would say, "Excuse me, sir, are you wearing a mask?" I would just walk by her, not even look at her, and just continue on my way. Nobody bothered me at all. But what happened this day is that the woman was there, and she changed her tune. What she said this time was, "Sir, please maintain 6 feet away from other customers." I think she's given up on trying to stop people from going to the store who aren't wearing a mask. And it's very clear that this kind of thing is starting to become a lot more common.
I'm probably beating a dead horse here, but how much would you like to bet that the people who say that agorists fighting against the state is bad, the Hoppian types, are the same people who have also pirated something at some point in their lives?
Everybody
that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about earlier, with people who pirate that kind of thing, or who pirate media of some form. Maybe they're streaming The Mandalorian from through a VPN. Or just torrenting Doom Eternal. What they're doing is they're engaging in agorist praxis, even though they're against agorism ideologically. It doesn't matter. If you really if you don't want to engage in, if you really are against agorism as an ideology, what you do is you don't stream, you don't participate in flea markets or farmers markets, you don't You don't pay people under the table, which also means that you don't hire a kid to shovel your driveway during winter. Winter's coming up, so you're going to want to keep that in mind. You're basically going to want to do absolutely everything you can do to avoid engaging in any transaction that isn't taxed. In this day and age, that sort of thing is starting to become a lot more difficult, especially as, well, free content and gray market content is becoming a lot more easy and more easily accessed. Just a good example would be if you ever listen to music on YouTube. I would argue that's a gray market transaction because that music is copyrighted, and it's gotten to the point where the state has actually had to concede ground on that as well. I mean, we've talked about this example before of how in the mid-2000s there was all sorts of propaganda about how the state will crack down on you if you download music. And like they made these grand examples of gigantic fines levied against ordinary people who downloaded like 1 quadrillion terabytes of music. And who just downloaded these obscene amounts of music. And in order to try to get people to stop, and I remember seeing these posters around my government school about, or trying to encourage people not to illegally download music. Nowadays, that kind of thing is not only common, but it's so common that the record labels themselves actually upload their own copyrighted music onto their own YouTube channels so that people can get them for free. I remember it's like a year or two ago when Dragon Force released their latest album. Well, all those songs were on the official Dragon Force YouTube page.
You wouldn't download a car, would you?
Yes, I would. I would totally download a car, and you can't stop me.
That's exactly the kind of shit that they were putting out in like the late 90s, early 2000s. You could still find these attempts at putting out anti quote unquote piracy propaganda. And a lot of the, like, it's kind of funny because I chose that example specifically because 20 years later, we're literally at the point where you just about can download a car. It is possible to create a functional car using 3D printed parts.
You can already download a nuclear reactor. So
yeah. You can download the case for the reactor core. So I mean, you're getting to the point where you can actually download these things. So these commercials aged like shit. Not like milk, not like milk, because that would imply that at one point they actually made a good point. They've aged terribly in more than one way now.
Mm-hmm.
I like what
Kojoltad said. There are free anime websites everywhere. Nobody has done anything about it, and they have been up for ages. Well, yeah, it's another example. TV shows, including anime, that you can just get off the internet with a quick Google search. That's how easy it is, and for people to avoid engaging in agorist praxis is now becoming increasingly onerous, which is a good thing. I want more people to be engaging in agorist praxis all the time.
The TV networks are trying like hell to stop that from happening by increasingly trying to go to streaming services. But they're even losing that fight because for just about any TV show, it's trivially easy to find uploads of them online for free.
And I'm looking at the chat now. It looks like Kiss Anime got taken down, which is one of those anime streaming websites. But that's just one among several. And you can just straight up download them directly onto your computer if you so desire. Now,
there's 9 Anime, and 9 Anime I don't think can... The thing with 9 Anime is that they keep creating new domains to link to. So if you take one down, there's still like 8 more of them, and the people that put up 9 Anime will just put up like 5 more if one goes down.
I was I wanted to say that I like how last year Nintendo sued a fucking like family, like this couple, like 10 million or like it was like 10 or 35 million dollars over ROMs they don't even sell anymore. And then like right now there are still ROMs of those games up. Like hell, I got Super Mario Odyssey just straight off like one of the first Google searches that I got. Like they're still there. They haven't done anything about any other site. No, they just went after a place like fucking like MU Paradise. Like one place. Like they haven't even attempted to get any other game or any other website. Like even Nintendo knows it's a losing battle. It's
I
fucking
mean,
stupid.
the idea of their content monopoly and copyright is just simply not going to make sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense now, but economically, it's just not going to make sense on the consumer side for people to pay for content. Yeah, people still support content creators, of course, and there's going to be new business models that develop around the understanding that the content is going to come at no direct cost to the consumer. But right now, it's just like they're trying desperately to hold on to a fundamentally dying industry. I don't know if you guys have watched television recently, but I mean, I have, and I've seen. I'm just looking in the chat. Kajolta has pointed it out. Yeah, they are just piling on the commercials, and it's even gotten to the point where certain streaming services, including YouTube, have begun to pile on the commercials and creating all of these like mid-video ads to make videos simulate the TV experience. Like they're actually making it worse for content consumers, or they're making the experience worse for consumers, specifically to, I think, prop up the dying television industry.
Yeah, you can paint them as these unstoppable monoliths, but how the models that they're organizing around tell a different story. In fact, if you look at what's actually being advertised on TV, Heretic has pointed this out before. If you take a look on pretty much any channel at what the advertisements, the content of the ads actually are, they're aimed at like people who are in their 60s, maybe 70s, prescription glasses, medicines, machines that help you with like certain medical conditions that are associated pretty heavily with age.
Walk-in bathtubs. You haven't seen those?
HIV medications on
I
Nickelodeon.
I have. That's concerning. I mean, I know that
I
I've been watching. I've been watching Tucker Carlson recently, and his commercials are always interesting because it seems like his TV show. Although you'll see all the time about how he's the most watched cable TV show host by a huge margin on television today, his entire program is basically propped up by one man named Mike Lindell, whose entire thing is just like he runs the company My Pillow, and he runs like half of the ads on his show are just his company. It's kind of hilarious, actually.
I actually wanted to say a moment ago that what's going on with YouTube I would say, is worse than television, because recently YouTube made it so that content creators can start putting ads in videos that are at least 8 minutes long. One content creator that I watch, he would routinely, like daily, he would always upload a 10 or 11-minute video. When that change went in place, immediately he started making 8-minute videos with like more than like one ad. Like sometimes it'll be like 3 sections in an 8-minute long video of like fucking ads.
Oh, I've seen,
like,
I've seen that before. Definitely.
In TV, like say something like SpongeBob on Nickelodeon, for example, or any cartoon, the run times for those are usually 10 minutes per episode, and then it'll be commercials before, and sometimes after the intro they'll run commercials, but never in between a 10-minute video. Why is YouTube allowing them to do that when the whole purpose of their platform was to get away from TV?
I think you already know the answer to that. It's because it's a dying industry, and YouTube, ever since, or for as long as Google has owned it, has never been profitable. So the fact of the matter is, like, they're just trying to squeeze in as many ads as they possibly can. More ads means more people paying for ad space, and that means more revenue for their dying organizations. I mean, I know that another thing that people haven't really talked about. I mean, people have talked about it, but you're not really going to hear about it from this sphere. Is the ritual suicide that sporting events are currently doing? I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but the NFL, which the NFL season is going to be coming up relatively soon, since fall is soon, you're going to be seeing, they're announcing that they're going to be doing things like having BLM names, BLM slogans, not only on the jerseys and helmets of the players, but also like written on the end zones on the football field. And you can imagine, I'm pretty sure you guys remember in 2017 what a big controversy was, or what a big controversy it was when Colin Kaepernick was kneeling during the national anthem. Well, what happened is that like the NFL lost, or its ratings dropped by 20%, which, as I'm sure you're aware, ratings translates into the value of their ad space, which translates into lost revenue. Not to mention that the contracts that the advertisers have with the company, with the channels that their commercials are running on, it stipulates that if the ratings drop below this amount, then they have to refund that amount to the advertiser. So you can easily imagine that once, like, as bad as the Colin Kaepernick thing was for the NFL, like just how absolutely devastating it will be when their viewers are just inundated with BLM ads, BLM slogans, BLM whatever, when every single player on both teams becomes a Colin Kaepernick, and there's no way to really escape it. Sports, for a lot of people, sports ball is an escape mechanism. It's a form of escapism. It's a way to get away from the kind of hecticness and the over politicization of absolutely everything, and just shut down your brain and watch burly 30-year-olds beat each other up and slam into each other. I don't follow sports ball at all, but I just find this very interesting, how they're trying to politicize previously apolitical escape mechanisms. I can see easily that a lot of these media companies like CBS, ABC that stream these are just going to get absolutely destroyed. Not only because illegal streaming is now the most common way that people watch sports nowadays, but also because, well, people are going to be tuning out. You can imagine that conservatards and boomer conservatives who have a bias against BLM are just simply not going to want to indulge in that sort of shenanigans. And even people who are sympathetic to BLM, who maybe after a hard day of protesting in Portland and throwing rocks at police, they just want to sit down and unwind, and they kind of like sports ball, so they tune it on. They realize, like, I have to be doing this here too. So it makes sense that, well, they're screwed. I'm making the prediction that their ratings are going to fall by 35%, and because of COVID, well, they're not going to get any revenue from people attending the events in the stadiums either. So this is absolutely freaking hilarious. And don't even get me started on the absolute ratings disaster that is the NBA right now. I mean, good lord, it's freaking hilarious to me.
Filthy, speaking of just that, like years ago, Soygon made a video like talking about the articles on The Onion versus articles in real life, and one of the articles I remember him talking about that The Onion did was like woman takes a break after a long period of just like ranting on Twitter about social issues. Then literally there was an actual article about a woman going through like a day of just like relaxing after like political activism.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, like it's so the world's so politicized that even something like just taking a break from it is newsworthy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and what I was going to say about that though is, I mean, there's an inherent reason why the state in its sort of dying years right now is trying to make every single aspect of life political. You could see this reflected in the Soviet Union as well as pretty much every other failed state. But the more things that are political, the more things, when something becomes political, it becomes inherently intertwined with political affiliation. And that's just another way of the state trying to manipulate you into associating these political associations with an aspect of your identity. If you associate your identity with policy proposals or legislative decrees, then you see your interests. It's a way of manipulating you into seeing your interests as being inherently determined by the state.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's going to make it harder to understand the mentality of disassociating or freeing yourself.
Which is kind of hilarious because I remember the Sovereign Individual actually made a parallel to this. They not only predicted that our life would become more politicized as the state continued to try to make itself ubiquitous in our lives, but they also pointed to a historical parallel in the dying years of feudalism during and after the Protestant Reformation, where the Catholic Church did everything it could to try to make itself as relevant as possible in people's lives, to make itself ubiquitous and make sure that literally everything that anyone did ever was had some kind of religious significance. Like, it got to the point where if you see 7 pigeons on the road, that was a sign from God, because after all, God created the earth in 7 days.
Well, and that's sort of what I would like to refer to as one of the inherent contradictions of a political economy. Because in order to associate your interests with the sort of parasite order created by the social engineering of the state, you need to be sort of manipulated into associating your identity with that of a political affiliation. But as you pointed out, people hate that, especially if they have no escape mechanisms. They hate that, and the reason I suspect for why this is because they interpret people on a sort of instinctive level associate that with a loss of autonomy. And a loss of autonomy is psychologically associated with something known as reactance, which is basically it's simply when you perceive yourself to be in a situation where you have less autonomy, that triggers a fight or flight response.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that.
And this is not something that is like. This is something that's pretty well documented, and there's a pretty clear scientific explanation for why it happens. Now, another thing that has to happen in order for a political economy to maintain itself is, of course, for the state to try and increasingly limit the avenues that people have in order to make their interests as innovations happen. And the reason for that is because the more avenues people have for associating to have their interests met, then that means that there is inherently more opportunity to associate around the state and to subvert the state. The state needs to, aside from innovation, making things inherently less capital intensive and therefore constantly posing the threat of allowing the human action in a state society to become disassociated from the white market and from the state's influence. The other reason that the state constantly has to exert its influence in an expansive way over society is because the state requires central banking in order to sustain itself. Because it requires the creation of fiat to sustain itself, it constantly is reliant upon it's reliant upon debt, which means that it creates a never-ending cycle of creating more debt to sustain itself. And that also is going to lead to the state trying to consume more aspects of society. So it's a system that's doomed to fail. So in a sense, it doesn't matter how long it takes. The libertarians have always been essentially destined to win that fight. It's a matter right now of ensuring that the state collapsing this time, or this global order, when it does collapse, we put this dog to sleep instead of the state just coming back as a reskinned form of itself.
I have good reasons to be optimistic, but just to reply to something someone said in the chat, Reason asks if we have any book recommendations. I mean, just to keep relevant to the topic that we're discussing previously, New Libertarian Manifesto. Just that's a good starting point, and then afterwards you can look at several other examples of the libertarian canon. Just be careful, because some of the things can be a little iffy, especially if the author is Hans Hermann Hoppe. Then you're going to have a bad time.
There are subversive elements within the libertarian movement that constantly try to lead you back to statism. And yeah, Hans Hermann Hoppe is like the biggest example of this. But just watch out for those. Watch out for people who promote the use of politics and the positive association with political authority.
But Esso, wait a second. Hoppe is right wing, and only left wingers subvert things.
I can't believe I'm sorry. We have to address this now that you brought that up.
I've been thinking about that for the last hour. I've been waiting for an opportunity to bring it up.
I cannot believe that they actually said that. But for those of you who don't know what that's a reference to, there was a response that like a group of Hoppians made to Heretic and I's essay about Hoppe's work. And in part 5 of their response, which was like a series of streams, something that one of them unironically argued was what Heretic just said.
The basic. Do you mind if I introduce it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. So both Esso and I were making the argument that Hoppe is a subversive who introduces a lot of statist ideas into the libertarian canon, and they took a moment to argue against that, which I would expect them to because they self-identify as Hoppians. But their argument that Hoppe is not a subversive basically amounted to that because Hoppe is right-winged, that he is therefore not a subversive. Now, how does that explain anything? Why does so-called leftism have a monopoly on subversion? I don't know, but that was that was their argument. I know I'm oversimplifying it, but I swear to God, I am not taking anything out of context. I am presenting it as best as I understanding it.
You can go watch that stream for yourself. It's on a channel called Colton Maxwell Anderson. But yeah, just aside from the problems with the concept of a political spectrum, that is just like provably historically inaccurate. Subversion was as a strategy, was a tactic first proposed by Sun Tzu in The Art of War. As he put it, this is probably not a direct quote, but his explanation of it was, if you don't have to actually have a violent confrontation, then the best way to do battle is to not actually shed blood.
Mm-hmm.
To convince your enemy that you're their friend.
I'm sorry. I need to tell you. Like, I actually have to go now. Like, I meant to leave 20 minutes ago, but yeah. Thank you. That was was fun.
Thanks for coming on, and we'll see you later. Bye.
And remember, deny war crimes.
All right, but
Anyways,
and that doesn't have anything to do with what we've been talking about here. But now that you brought that up, I could not go without talking about that because that is absurd even for them. Like that's pretty brainlit even for somebody who bases their history upon ideological negationism.
hmm Now, anyways, let's go to the next part, which is why are you, quote unquote, left libertarian? And here we're going to finally be able to address what Kojal was asking about, or what a Kojal was asking about when he made the super chat. Anyways, let me just pull it up real quick so that I can read it. Why are you left libertarian? MLL is left, both inside and out. Left, from earliest political times, has meant anti-establishment. Consistent libertarians wish to abolish the state and its parasitic class of bureaucrats, politicians, subsidized businessmen, privileged labor leaders, and military mass murderers. This puts us, in most political lexicons, on the left. Since it is anarchist, it places us on the far left. Still, we are libertarian left, and not socialist left. Socialism, regardless of the size of its present following, has never had a monopoly on the term left, and often has been a minor part of the whole anti-establishment resistance movement. Today, social democracy and communism are the establishment of most of the world's states. The movement of the libertarian left opposes all states, even if their rulers call themselves leftist in self-contradiction. Those who wish to live communally or in association with workers or anybody else are free to do so in a libertarian society. The movement of the libertarian left stands economically for a free market position, so free as to make an ultra-conservative look like a galloping socialist or fascist. Struggling for a libertarian left externally, we fight for a radicalization of the libertarian movement internally. We are uncompromising agorists, those who utilize only peaceful trade and voluntary interactions to attain our goals. Much of the present libertarian movement is rotten with corruption, compromise, conservatism, co-opting, and cowardice. The movement of the libertarian left exposes mercilessly the fraudulent proposals to elect politicians to abolish politicians, to appoint bureaucrats to abolish bureaucracy, and to govern to abolish government. We fight tooth and nail against those who would attempt to monopolize a free market, create an establishment in an anarchy, and debilitate our actions with political pseudo-action. To sum up, we work to create a libertarian-influenced left and a libertarian left wing. Thus, we are the movement of the libertarian left.
If there's anything that I would be even remotely skeptical about in the movement of the libertarian left, now alliance of the libertarian left, it is the left label itself. I mean, in that explanation, the reasoning is pretty clear, and there's actually there's a pretty decent argument laid out here. But problem with it is it's sort of in and of itself could be seen to suggest that a political spectrum exists, not necessarily that this position is arguing that a certain economic social order in terms of like models of organization is imposed onto society. But that's not the libertarian argument. In fact, the libertarian position is one, as you and I have both argued, of rational humility. Mm-hmm. So it's, I guess, the most compatible way of actually explaining social interaction and how society is organized from the libertarian position would be to utilize the Austrian methodology. And for the record, the Aristotelian approach to libertarianism makes that necessary, because there would be no methodology in economic theory compatible with libertarian philosophy other than the Austrians, because the Austrians are the only ones that reject the notion of markets being prescribed onto society and rates and types of association being determined by a sort of top-down influence.
Mm-hmm.
But so essentially, the left connotation is not actually an attempt to embrace, like, as the pamphlet said, like state socialism, progressivism, and these basically just welfare statist policy prescriptions, which would which would embrace these obvious contradictions with the non-aggression principle. But it is essentially to say that it's to take one interpretation, the original interpretation of what it would mean to be on the left, and attempt to apply that and argue that because being on the left would make you specifically the first use of the term left in this connotation was after the French Revolution, during the first attempts to create the French Republic. You know, the one established by guillotining King Louis, and that was led by Robespierre.
Yeah, the whole thing,
know,
the whole origin of the term was basically the arrangement of the French Parliament. I don't remember if it was by design or just something that they did, but basically the radicals who wanted to abolish the monarchy were on the left, and the monarchists were on the right. And it generally, like, there was a gradient.
Yeah, the people who were skeptical of the current political order would have been considered leftists by the original employment of the term left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the basis by which the MLL considers libertarianism a leftist position. And even by that original connotation, I would disagree, because there's nothing sort of like, essentially anybody who thinks of themselves as someone who is against the current order, whether or not they currently are, would be able to associate with that with the term leftist. And indeed, a lot of the early state socialists would have described themselves as leftists. So would people like Bastiat or Gustave Molinari, who are early like laissez-faire liberals and free market anarchists. They would have been, if you look historically, they would have been lumped in with people like Proudhon. In fact, it's actually quite, that's a good comparison, because in the French Parliament, Bastiat and Proudhon were, that's the reason why they called it the left, because in the French Parliament, the radicals sat on the left, and the reactionaries were on the right side.
Now, this is kind of getting into the problem that we have with the left and right label entirely, where what those terms mean not only changes repeatedly throughout history, but can also change depending entirely on who you talk to. I know that if you were to bring up this definition that Konkin used, explaining why he uses the left label and left libertarian, you would find a lot of pushback. You might get a few people who would say, yeah, that makes sense to me. But overall, it's like you just need to go on Google Images and type in political spectrum to realize that term doesn't freaking mean anything. It's just it's an anti-concept that just throws people into a false binary in which you're part of a tribe whose membership doesn't really mean anything. You have all sorts of numerous ideas, from Molinari, you mentioned elsewhere, and Proudhon, to other to others who would describe themselves as state socialists, who all agree on the left. And on the right, you have, I think I've used this example before, Adolf Hitler, George W. Bush, and Ron Paul, all of whom have very different ideas. All three are statists, of course, but they have very different ideas and philosophies as to what a state should look like, and they're all considered to be on the right.
And well, this characterization of the libertarian left, it's based entirely on just historically what the term means. And in that sense, it's, you could argue that it's historically accurate. But philosophically and in terms of principle, there's reason to be there's reason to be skeptical at the very least. But my biggest problem with political spectrums are, for one thing, what place you rest at on the political spectrum is determined entirely by what you think what you're arguing does. For instance, if you're going to lump, it's just based entirely on a purely ideological interpretation of what these positions are. If you think that, if you think that a free market is the same thing as, modernity, or if you think that a free market is sort of what creates a state, then you're going to consider that sort of associated with the right, which a lot of, I think, unfortunately, a lot of libertarians have bought into, that sort of view, even though there's absolutely no basis for it, as a lot of them would, begrudgingly admit. The libertarian position is actually sort of unparalleled and radical compared to everything that's existed, while state society's been a thing. But if you associate, you could make the same assessment of leftist positions. If you think that a leftist position is inherently going to result in, in authority or in a state, well, then that's the, is that a right leaning position then? But that's the other thing, is it's kind of political spectrum sort of inherently attempts to assume that ethical positions are something that can be imposed from the top down. That is to say, that social organization is not something that can be explained by nature and axioms, but is explained by policy and political affiliation. That's why how it would be. That's why it's conceived of in a lot of these political compasses that instead of just being an authoritarian or a libertarian, there are degrees of libertarianism or degrees of authoritarianism, which is completely just conceptually nonsense.
And completely arbitrary.
If I attempt to kill one person, am I more of an aggressor if I kill one person than if I kill two people? Mm-hmm. It's not really a valid way of framing of thinking of the issue.
And I gotta say, I'm looking at this pamphlet again, and I love that he takes an additional swipe at the idea of partyarchists attempting to use the state to achieve their interests, of voting for politicians to abolish politicians, appointing bureaucrats to get rid of bureaucracy, and just how conceptually insane that is. When I think we all realize that the purpose of institutions is to further the interests of the institution and to prolong its own existence. In a way, it takes on a life of its own, and it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to vote for politicians even if they promise to abolish the government for us, because we know that politicians lie, but for some reason you have a lot of people, including self-proclaimed anarchists, who genuinely believe that certain politicians can be trusted, despite centuries of evidence to the contrary.
it's not just that they lie, it's that, for one thing, they have an incentive to further the interests of the institutions, but also there's nothing to hold them accountable if they do lie.
Mm-hmm.
Also, and this is something that I was actually talking with you about, for the last couple of times that we've spoken, and something that I, talked about in the Discord server. It's an essay that I have. I haven't even written a single word of it yet. So, I mean, I guess, you guys who are watching the stream right now can get a little taste of what's to come. But pretty soon here, or at least when I get around to it, I'm going to be putting out an essay entitled Legalization versus Freedom. And the point of that video is, the point of that essay is going to be explaining in greater detail why exactly it's flawed to conceive of a legalization that is state policy dictating that they're not going to come after you for doing something. From a libertarian perspective, to conceive of that as a libertarian goal being achieved. There's two reasons fundamentally why that's flawed. Firstly, because when something is legalized, that doesn't mean that state is sort of letting go of it. That doesn't mean that the state is not intervening. On the contrary, it just means that the state is creating a series of licensing laws and is sort of enveloping that particular market or activity into its parasitic series of legislative decrees and socially engineered incentives. So it makes it so that becomes a part of the state's apparatus, the white market, or for state service. So, and I mean, that's one issue with it. But the other reason is that if you are, this gets back into the partyarchist mentality. If you see that as a libertarian goal, and that fosters dependence upon political authority and a positive association with political authority, and therefore makes it that creates a disincentive to actually achieve libertarian goals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, I didn't really have anything to add to that. That's why there was a little bit of dead air there. But
and
yeah,
that's fine. What were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
Nothing really. I mean, I don't think the essay that I'm currently working on is anywhere going to be near as exciting. Basically, I've had two essays that are in the pipeline. One of them is going to be an exploration of the concept of neoliberalism and why I don't think it exists as an actual philosophy, and as well as a little more of a fun essay about why the Imperium of Man from Warhammer 40k universe is doomed to fail. And it's just an exploration as to what the incentives are for people within it, what the technology is like, and how that works, what would actually happen, and whether or not this fictional setting or this fictional government would even be able to exist. Which I'm just going to go ahead and give you guys a spoiler. No, it should not have even become it should not have even been able to leave the solar system. Hell, it should not have even been able to leave Terra. But anyways, yeah, I think we should keep going a bit.
Yeah, for sure, because we've spent an hour and 45 minutes on a single pamphlet. We got to get some more material.
That's true. So what are your goals? In the short term, the movement of the libertarian left is working on specific goals in concert with other left and libertarian groups. You can work on your own projects, informing the publications cell to pass on the word through tactics of the movement of the libertarian left or other movement of the libertarian left members. You can work together with other MLL members in a tactical unit cell and have one or more tacticians for coordination. The cells can ally for regional coordination with a regional strategist. The continental strategy is mapped out in New Libertarian Manifesto. There is no party line. Disagreement is always permitted. Anyone may reject any suggested project or suggest the next. Strategists and tacticians sell their services and are only good as their last sale. There are no leaders. Freedom in action follows from freedom in theory. In the medium range, MLL is building a new libertarian alliance, revolutionary agorist cadre, of defenders of the counter-economy, the underground free market, often called black and gray market. The state withers away as each individual secedes from the state of society and goes counter-economic. The movement to the libertarian left is the interface between existing proto-agorist organizations and the revolutionary agorist cadre. Medium range, we mean less than 20 years, I think. I can't read that symbol. In the long range...
yeah, it's less than.
We mean less than 20 years. In the long range, the counter-economy will overwhelm state capitalism and the state socialism to produce a society based on voluntary interaction with a minimal amount of self-defense needed, which can be handled by ordinary market facilities. The society of free trading goods and values is the agora. This death of politics eliminates the monopoly of legitimized coercion, the state. A stateless society is anarchy. Our long-term socioeconomic goals are summed up in our slogan, Agora, Anarchy, Action. We work with everyone who struggles against the state and its privileged class while we maximize our personal freedom. Isn't this the way a resistance should be run? Join us.
And I think that that's a great way to put it. Freedom in action follows freedom in theory.
But his insistence on using the term left.
It's a very simple way to put it.
Agorism has haunted agorist marketing ever since his death. Emo.
What happened?
Since he
we got a
wasn't
super chat
around to explain it. Just look
Okay.
at its Wikipedia
You can't hear
page.
I cannot hear it. No, I'm sorry.
That's probably why. I'll have to read it out again. I adore Konkin's writing and lectures a ton, but his insistence on using the term left libertarianism to describe agorism has haunted agorist marketing ever since his, I need to do a thing here, death, IMO, since he wasn't around to explain it. Just look at his Wikipedia page. And this is a super chat for $5 from Pete Bombastic. We thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm a bit torn because I think I can I understand the mentality around it, which is essentially Gary Chartier explained this in an interview that he did with Reason. And Roderick Long also went into great detail talking about this in a presentation you can find on YouTube called "How and Why to Be a Free Market Radical Leftist." But essentially, the mentality behind it is that they're promoting this the association with anti-establishment views and anti-political libertarian action. And the reason why they're attempting to, the way that they're trying to do that is to establish a link with the intellectual canon of the early 19th century libertarians, because as noted earlier, they were associated with the left. So it's essentially, it's an attempt to bring libertarianism back to its intellectual roots by sort of paying lip service to the original libertarian, to the original libertarian anti-political roots, while also attempting to take back what it means to be a leftist from people like Marxists, progressives, and the other welfare statist types. I think fundamentally that's going to be a losing battle. But as of right now, I'll admit I don't really because there's already been like 30, 35 years of history built upon movements of the libertarian left or alliance of the libertarian left. I don't necessarily think that there is, that there's a way to go back from that now. I think that no matter what, the ideas will always be associated with alliance or movement of the libertarian left, and I don't necessarily think that there's anything that you can do about that. I think that trying to argue against that with anything other than just rejecting the left or like rejecting the political spectrum, which would be what I argue. But I think that the best way forward is essentially just to keep following, that tactic of promoting the historical connotation of the concept while dismantling its political connotation.
Oh yeah, like I've always been very critical of the idea of the political spectrum, and I will continue to do so. Anytime people try to associate me, like just call me, oh, you're a leftist. What does that even mean? I'll always challenge them on that, and I do everything I can to try to disassociate myself from any obviously political label or attempt to pigeonhole me into a set of ideas that, one, I don't even understand and I'm not capable of understanding, and two, I might not actually believe in. I know they're gonna continue to call me a leftist and try to associate me with leftism, but until they can give me a concrete definition of what that means, I'm just going to go ahead and change the topic and talk about things that, actually do matter.
Well, I mean, I may have been a bit, wordy a moment ago, but I guess a better way of putting that would be libertarian, the action-oriented libertarians, the OG libertarians, should promote the terms left and right, but only in their historical connotation. Attempt to emphasize that, but attempt to express criticism of political spectrums. And by doing that, you can dismantle the concept of politics. We create this, it's a way of advancing the libertarian case that there really isn't a political spectrum. There are just libertarians or authoritarians.
Mm-hmm. Although I can guarantee you there's going to be people who are going to try to pigeonhole libertarians and authoritarians into another left and right dichotomy. In fact, there are many people that already do. But, I mean, that's a topic for another time.
That's a losing battle, though, because as I pointed out, there isn't really a conceivable way to look at ethical truths or ethical views as something that exist on a spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think we're done with this pamphlet, so I think we can go ahead and move on to another one.
That's perfectly fine. Which one would you like to move on to?
There's several others that I think would be... I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to choose. I want to say Vote for Nobody, the number 10 pamphlet. Or as it's out here, Vote for Nobody! Because it's in all caps.
The Panic of 1987's kind of got my interest as well, but we'll go ahead and go with Vote for Nobody for now.
Well, we can do that one right after. Let me see here. Panic of 1987. I'm just looking for that real quick. Yeah, there it is. All right, you want to read it off?
Sure. How many times have you heard the following insults? Non-voters are apathetic. If you don't vote, you can't complain. Non-voters are nihilists and pessimists.
We got a super chat.
Didn't Konkin also use
all right.
Term left because that was Rothbard's original definition of left before Rothbard went full. Hoppian, Konkin was more Rothbardian than Rothbard himself, I hear.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you're able to see the super chat yourself, Esso. You're probably not. But here's what he said. Didn't Konkin use the term left because that was Rothbard's original definition, and wasn't Konkin more Rothbardian than Rothbard himself?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's something that a lot of the the Hoppian types will neglect to mention is Konkin is not the first person to associate libertarianism with the left in its historical connotation. That was actually Rothbard wasn't either. It was actually Karl Hess. Karl Hess was the first one, but Karl Hess was the one who inspired Rothbard to join him in associating with Students for Democratic Society. And if you read a lot of the earlier works of Rothbard, Rothbard, like pre-mid 1970s, is essentially an entirely different person from Rothbard post 1975 and definitely post 1980. But essentially, like all of the concepts that Rothbard introduced that everybody loves him for and recognizes as Rothbardianism, like the way of conceiving of these principles and the revolutionary arguments he put forward, they were all released in the early 70s and mid to late 60s. He released a series of pamphlets called On the Left and Right, for instance, where a lot of people don't even know this, but he actually did a lot of work in the 60s with Murray Bookchin, of all people. And that's the reason why until Bookchin died, he had a positive view of Rothbard. Even though, that dissolved as soon as Rothbard began getting involved in party politics. But that's something that is kind of important to note. This conception of libertarianism as something that is associated with the political spectrum in general, let alone a political spectrum and seeing itself as on the right, is a relatively modern revision. That's something that came into being in a relatively recent sense. In a historical sense, libertarianism has been associated with left movements, but politically, libertarianism has not. Like, they've rejected the concept of a political spectrum. But it's a very nuanced position, but but in terms of what Rothbard actually, was saying. What was the second part of that super chat? I got lost in my own train of thought. I'm sorry.
Basically, Konkin was more Rothbardian than Rothbard himself.
Yeah. And but that's if you read Konkin's reply to Murray Rothbard, because Murray Rothbard, at like the height of his being in the pocket of the Cato Institute and being a Libertarian Party shill, wrote this really cringy reply to the New Libertarian Manifesto, and essentially Konkin's response to Rothbard was just to point out how what he's arguing is Rothbardian, while what Rothbard was proposing in his rebuttal to Konkin was not Rothbardian.
And not at all a representation of anything that was put forward in the New Libertarian Manifesto. I think that reply, I think that original reply that Rothbard made, is the origin of the meme that a lot of thin libertarians put forward when they try to talk about us, or they try to talk about other thick libertarians as being anti-hierarchy or anti-work.
A lot of people got to remember that Rothbard, prior to his getting involved with the Libertarian Party, would have just echoed everything that Konkin argued.
Yeah, and it just seems like that's the like the entrance into the Libertarian Party was very much illustrative of what we've been talking about since the beginning of this stream. That once you get involved in party politics, your interests become intertwined with the state, and well, you lose your way. You compromise. You become less than what you were because, well, the state is a soul-sucking entity. It is, quite frankly, demonic.
In fact, the association with Austrian methodology and libertarianism, based on sort of an Aristotelian conception of ethics, that was something that Rothbard established. That was a concept that Rothbard introduced. And Rothbard never actually explained, why he started arguing from the cringy categorical imperative position instead of the Aristotelian position. But I suspect it has something to do with the fact that you can't argue the Aristotelian conception of the non-aggression principle while being a partiarch.
Guess so. Anyways, let's get. You were interrupted while reading the opening thing, so you can get back to that.
Yeah, that's fine. How much was the donation for? And thank you.
It was from Heap Bombastic again, and he sent $5. Yeah, thank you again for that.
Thank you very much. Back to what we were reading. Sorry, I'm asking because I don't have the stream open right now. So.
All right.
Anyway, how many times have you heard the following insult? Non-voters are apathetic. If you don't vote, you can't complain. Non-voters are nihilists and pessimists. If you won't participate in our democracy, you don't deserve the rights it confers. Non-voters, I haven't heard that one recently, but I do know that is something, at least at one point, statists have said. Non-voters don't care about the fate of their country. When do you usually hear these slurs? Near election time. And from who do you hear them? Politicians, corporate newscasters, League of Women Voters. In other words, people who have a vested interest in voting for the sake of voting. Let's get this straight. If you don't vote, you can't complain, because you refuse to take part in the decision process. But if you do vote, you can't complain because you agreed to abide by the outcome. Into whose hands does that play? The truth is, if you don't vote, do you have the right to complain? And no, the truth is, only if you don't vote do you have the right to complain, and loudly. I don't know why I had a hard time reading that, but what were you gonna say? Sorry.
I'll admit I've never heard the if you won't participate in our democracy, you don't deserve the rights it confers. I haven't heard that very much. I think it's largely because this was written in 1987, and there's at least an understanding that rights aren't conferred through voting.
And in 1987, I'd imagine that view was a lot more popular. You just look at if you look at polling demographics, for instance, there was only like 4 or 5% of the population that was skeptical of the government, whereas nowadays it's like 90 to 95%.
Mm-hmm. And I can definitely see that. So and you also again have this conflation that it's our democracy that gives us our rights, which is still a view that's very commonly held today. You've seen it, I've seen it, and yeah, so I'm absolutely certain that this comment is definitely not something that Konkin just pulled out of his ass.
Well, and that's how I know it's something that he's probably heard, because that actually is a real view on law and ethics. It's called legal positivism. Mm-hmm. And this is just a very naked articulation of that. But nowadays, the way that it's put forward is it's a lot nicer sounding. They try and make it. They essentially give it a new face. The way that they'll say it now is, well, no, you don't inherently have rights. Rights are a gift from the government.
It's the Bill of Rights that gives us our rights. It's not the.
it's the same argument, but it doesn't come across in such a I don't know, nagging, hounding kind of way. It would turn people
Oh, super
off.
Don't vote,
donation.
then how are we going to own the libs?
Ooh, nice. Who's it from?
Kojal sends us $10. Asks, if we don't vote, then how are we going to own the libs? I think we do it. I think we do it the same way that we've been already doing it. We just point out the inconsistencies of their beliefs in a very calm and somewhat condescending manner, and then we just watch them lose their minds as their small NPC brains attempt to process an opinion that doesn't fall into the narrow binary of the Hegelian dialectic propaganda model. But then again, I was just gonna say I have short-circuited liberal brains before, back when I was conservatard, by just simply expressing conservatard views. They can't comprehend that people aren't liberals. So
Yeah,
how do you?
It's a lot more satisfying than owning the libs, because honestly, I am very skeptical of like ponage mentality. I think that it sort of inherently incentivizes tribalism. But from my perspective, what I would say to that is, what's more satisfying than owning the libs? Creating more libertarians.
I would say making a profit off of the gray and black markets. That's a lot more satisfying. Now, in all fairness, I think Kojal is just teasing. I don't think he's being. I don't know if he's being serious or not.
Yeah,
you can
know.
clarify. You can clarify in the comments if you want. And, well, yeah.
I'm not. No, I'm not suspecting that Kojal is trying to be serious. I'm saying that for people who are sort of deeply rooted in that party mentality, who might be seeing this stream, and who don't honestly have an answer to that question, or think that it honestly is an actual serious interest of theirs to own the libs.
I mean, in all fairness, owning the libs is fun, and I still think of that woman in the glasses during Trump's inauguration, who just went, "No!" I mean, let's be honest, that was hilarious.
I guess the most I could say is, yeah, the extremely political state socialist and welfare statist types. They're definitely very weird, and I guess I could understand the appeal in it. But I as somebody who has more of an interest in getting rid of the state, I personally would prioritize actually trying to associate with those people and help them. By associate with those people, I mean through counter-economic means, and help them recognize directly through direct action that the state is a hindrance to them achieving their interest, and then turn them into libertarians, at least in action.
Hey, here's a question. Do you want to make sure that you want to put yourself in such a position that Trump is never relevant to your life ever again? Do you want him just completely gone and completely irrelevant to your lives? Well, do I have the good thing for you? Just take a look at this book. It's called The New Libertarian Manifesto. It'll explain everything. How to get Trump out of your life and make him completely unimportant. More importantly, if it'll make any Republican, racist, Nazi president completely irrelevant for the rest of your life.
You hate libtard censorship, the state media, and all of these threats initiated by the state, which threaten your livelihood. Well, then read the New Libertarian Manifesto, Trump supporter.
It's appeals to absolutely everyone, and it's phenomenal. Anyways, I kind of lost track of what we were talking about.
We were reading the Vote for Nobody pamphlet, and
Yeah.
we were on the sham of voting section.
Yeah, We were talking about
State
a lot of the points that brought up. I mean, let's be honest here. The if you don't vote, you can't complain. That's easily the most common one that I encountered today.
It is, yeah, it's always been the most common one. It's such a prat that like George Carlin has a skit dedicated to just destroying that one, even though I obviously would not consider George Carlin. Nobody would consider him to be a libertarian-minded person. That's, my point is there are famous examples of people just trashing that argument.
Mm-hmm. So anyway,
But
should we continue?
yeah, sure. The sham of voting. The state and its apologists exalt voting as a sacred right that half the world is dying to have. What does this sacred right entitle one to do? It permits voters to cram their opinions down the throat of everyone else, including the voters on the losing side, those who choose not to vote, and most damningly, those who are forbidden to vote. Think about that. If voting is such a sacred right, why is it not given to children under 18 who are still subject to all the laws of adults and then some? Is the voting establishment afraid of the will of the majority applying to issues such as curfew, compulsory school attendance, and minimum age laws for driving, drinking, and consent? If voting is a solemn responsibility, why is it never restored to felons even after they have paid their debt to society, quote unquote? Aren't prisoners treated so well that when they get out, they'd be happy to continue voting for more prisons? if one had the sacred right to vote on issues that affect one, why are aliens not allowed that right? While in the country, they are subject to its laws, taxed expropriatively, and exposed to all manner of search and seizure. Is the voting establishment afraid of democracy when it comes to immigration laws?
Well, yeah, this is a very excellent observation about the absolute hypocrisy of this sacred cow of democracy that a lot of partyarchists nowadays seem to propose. You're pretty sure you remember that video showcasing all those local news stations saying that something is a serious threat to our democracy in the same tone and the same voice, like reading the same lines. And it's not even just like something that mainstream media has, which is well known for having a socialist bias, but you also have others that are quote unquote on the right, like Bucker Barlson, who will criticize things like automation as being a threat to our democracy. So this democracy thing is extremely important, but for some reason it's not extended over to certain groups of people that the state has arbitrarily deemed to not have a vote. More importantly, it's almost as if these issues that the groups that are forbidden from voting all would seem to have a singular interest that works against the interests of the state. I mean, you don't think hatchlings under 18 would vote to continue to force themselves to go into government school? No, of course not. They would vote to abolish the schools. It's the same thing with prison.
And if they let them do that, well, then the votes against school not actually being ratified into law, well, that might make people raise their eyebrows.
Very strange. It's almost as if voting doesn't actually matter and they need to maintain an illusion. Odd. I'm sure it's a coincidence. Nothing to see here. Kids, move along. But, I mean, I don't know why
Illegal
people would...
immigration? Well, illegal immigrants can't vote because, if it were exposed that the state didn't enforce didn't enforce immigration laws if they happened to vote against them, then it might make people raise their eyebrows a little bit and think, it seems like the entire purpose of immigration laws is to try and cartelize the labor market.
I got a question. What would happen if the Libertarian Party committed itself to having universal suffrage for kids, felons, and immigrants?
I honestly don't know, and I think that that's kind of going in the opposite direction of how one should take that. It's not that, oh well, these people should be able to vote. It's more that voting is bullshit, and that if you want to actually achieve change in society, submitting yourself to the will of the state is not the way to do it.
I agree. It's just that I'm thinking about it as a thought experiment as to what would the reaction be to them putting forward that proposal. I'm sure that there would still be quite a lot of autistic screeching about that, particularly from conservatards who would be talking about how, oh, this would be a serious threat to our democracy, not to allow people to participate democratically. And yeah, it would also. I don't really think it would do much other than highlight some amounts of hypocrisy, which, let's be honest, aren't really terribly important or very convincing in terms of exposing the sham that is democracy and the sham that is voting. But I just think it would be peculiar, to say the least. And
well, the Libertarian Party is not going to do that because the Libertarian Party exists for the same purpose as any other party, and that is to make people dependent upon the state and political systems.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm just rambling a little bit here. But let's continue. I'm going to read off your vote doesn't count now.
If voting could change things, it would be illegal. Truer words were never spoken. That scion of statism,
Scion,
David Rockefeller.
Or Scion.
Scion. That scion of statism, David Rockefeller once stated that his multinational ruling class corporations can deal with any government, but we can't deal with is no government. Ads that encourage voting point out how one single vote has often turned the tide of history. Every example they give are of votes in Congress or Parliament. One vote out of a handful could make a difference. Every decade or so, one single vote has never turned the tide in a democratic election. Even in small-town votes for a dog catcher, a rare, exact 50-50 split that goes to recount generates wild differences with every tally. Think of the minuscule chance of your vote making a difference in the outcome of anything larger, but your vote is important in another, more sinister way. Have you heard them say, the candidate doesn't matter, just vote? Why don't they care about how you vote as long as you vote? Because the candidate and the issues are unimportant to people in power, but the illusion of democracy is vital. What does it mean when you cast a vote? The moment you enter the polling booth, you are telling the world that you accept the government as the legitimate power over you and everyone else in the nation, that you sanction its every action without protest except at the polls. If you don't like it, circulate a petition to change it, quote unquote. And that you will abide by the will of the majority, even if the voting goes against you. You have become both slave master and slave. Slave master over children, ex-felons, aliens, and principled non-voters, slave to the state and the whims of all other voters.
I don't think Hoppians would have a problem with the last paragraph.
Well, and but the point is, and I know that they wouldn't, because, I've seen them cite Spooner essentially arguing that, well, some people see voting as an act of self-defense. And it's true that if you look at the world through a political perspective, then if you are voting against something that would be aggressive against you, well then odds are you see the act of voting as an act of self-defense. But the logical conclusion of that is not necessarily the case for the electoral system being legitimate. It's that, in fact, in that case, that sort of illustrates the point where we and Konkin and all the others are making. It fosters this sort of mentality of dependence on political authority.
Mm-hmm.
But
I know And you can see this a lot with a lot of, since election season is coming around, that there's a rollout of ads. I know that people in the voice chat in our Discord server have been talking about how they've been seeing ads on their Discord pages asking them, did you remember to register, have you registered to vote yet? And those sort of things. Like, remember to vote. If
There's
voting
one
is,
on Discord right now.
I don't see it. Probably, I don't know if it's just the app that I'm using, but I mean, I haven't seen it personally, but I believe them that that kind of thing is going on, and I've been seeing it on other websites as well. That they just want people to vote at all costs, and it's not difficult to imagine that there are a lot of think tanks and a lot of what are those called, super PACs, that are throwing around millions of dollars just to convince people and remind people to just vote, keep voting, as though that's going to change anything. And it's exactly what Konkin is talking about here, that the interest of the state is that you conflate your interests with the political system, and that by registering, by going to the poll, and by filling in a ballot and then submitting it, you're giving your consent. You're actively putting forward effort in ways that have a very marginal effect on actual power, but also cause you to create an emotional investment in a certain thing. Like, I think they've done psychological studies on people who buy something or people who donate to something versus they get it for free. People who generally like put forward their effort into something or do something at their own expense in some way are generally going to be a lot more emotionally invested into it, because they want to make sure that what they put their money into is going to make a return on investment in some way. So it's going to be the same way with voting. Yeah, I mean, voting is free, but you still need to take time out of your busy schedule to go to the polling place. You're going to be waiting in line for who knows how long. Could be a few minutes, could be hours. And then you need to fill out the ballot, which is not only going to be filled with the President of the United States as well as one of two senators and Congress people, but you're also going to be filling out the ballot for like local dog catcher, local mayor, local whole bunch of people whose names you never heard of. So it makes total sense that people would otherwise perceive that they put effort into it, and thus they become emotionally invested in the, well, investment that they put into attempting to quote-unquote alter the system. It's a form of emotional entrapment, basically, and the extent to which the Libertarian Party-archists and the Hoppians have failed to recognize this is actually very cringy to me. It's very... I don't know. I don't really have the terms to describe it. It just makes me cringe.
Yeah, well, it's a painfully awkward thing to look at, especially once you realize this. Mainly because it's a difficult thing to watch because it's, as we've sort of explained, it's the product of authoritarians subverting an anti-authoritarian movement, or at the very least attempting to.
Mm-hmm.
It quite clearly is. I mean, if you just look at what's actually happened, well, you have this group trying to actively undermine the state's interests and state's ability to function, identifying the state as a sort of coherent organization, just completely dismantling the myth of political authority and the fact that the notion, I mean, that there is a sort of political influence that determines the outcome of society. It's dismantling that myth, and that's incredibly unsafe for the state. So what did the state do? Well, it created organizations like the Libertarian Party, and it hovered a large sum of money over the heads of some of the more influential people in the libertarian movement who might bite, and it caused them to sort of sacrifice their reputations in helping them subvert their movement.
Well, not just their reputations, but also their principles, and I would argue their souls. I mean, just look at pre-partyarchy Rothbard versus post-partyarchy Rothbard. You have a principled, solid bastion of libertarian thought and intellectualism, and then you just end up with a generic neo-reactionary afterwards.
Well, even just aside from his views, if you look at sort of the way that, like 1980 and onwards, the way that Murray Rothbard would approach people, compared to how he approached people previously. Previously, he was a lot like Konkin. You know, he had this mentality of looking at everything as a potential opportunity as opposed to a loss if something, you know, does end up not working in your favor. Looking at the fact that we live in an authoritarian society as something to change, not as something that is sort of defining his existence at this moment and will continue to define his existence. That's a lot like if you read the earlier writings of Rothbard, how he would approach things. Konkin had a term for describing that, and Victor Coleman talked about that in our episode of that stream that we did with him, but I can't remember off the top of my head what Konkin called it. If you start reading like the work of Rothbard around the time he got kicked out of the Cato Institute and the Libertarian Party, and around the time that he, you know, started going full Hoppian, that's around the time that he starts like insulting people and misrepresenting their arguments. He becomes, like, you could see it in his writing, just a very angry, bitter person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like he clearly started to show contempt for people who disagree with them. Unleash the cops! Just throw the bums off the streets. Where will they go? Who cares? But hopefully they'll become productive members of society afterwards.
It's all very cynical and angry, whereas previously that would have been unconscionable to him.
Now I'm going to read the next part. The will of the minority. The majority of the population does not vote. Your life is being controlled, taxed, regulated, regimented, and ultimately destroyed by a tiny criminal minority. Look at the numbers for the past presidential election of 1984. People under 18, 62,801,000. Felons, 465,000. Resident aliens, 2,294,000. People who refuse to vote. Eligible but unregistered, 55 million. Registered but didn't vote, 26 million. Voted against Reagan, 38 million. Total, 185,552,000. So only 54 million out of 240 million voted for Ronald Reagan. That's 59% of the votes cast, but only 46% of the registered voters, 31% of eligible voters, and less than 23% of the population. Think about that. Only 23% of the population voted for the president. Yet he claims to speak for all of us due to a voter's mandate. Worse, he uses this overwhelming majority to tax you, regulate you, and possibly draft you to die in a desert or a swamp to protect the blessings of democracy. No wonder voting also exists in the Soviet Union. It makes the state seem legitimate.
And I think that that's a great way of putting it. A thought experiment that I've proposed, and I by no means would suggest that this is a realistic occurrence, but if you were to get a scenario where absolutely nobody voted in an election, what would happen? Well, specifically the state, what the state has explained and what the state clearly has laid out, in the event that would happen, this is actually something I can't remember exactly where, but you can find this, that if nobody votes, then the Supreme Court decides who the president is.
Absolutely.
So literally, your vote doesn't ultimately matter.
It's
This and that sort of really gets to the heart of what we've been saying. That the myth of voting inherently buys it sacrifices it creates sort of an implicit concession that the state is just this neutral organization that doesn't have any inherent interests and is just a way of representing your interests. And that is wrong in just about every way that you could conceive of it.
And you can also see this not only in the Soviet Union in 1987, but also in North Korea today. I mean, they have elections, so does virtually every state in the world that is colloquially known to be a dictatorship. There are elections. It's just that
Uh,
you don't really have a choice because, well, for any number of reasons that we could point out. But it's this whole thing, like the whole purpose of democracy in a state is to create this illusion of legitimacy that ultimately does not exist. I don't know if I'm repeating points here, but yeah.
Something that I was going to point out is how U.S. state media and most Western state media would identify as dictatorships. Not only do pretty much all of them have like a system that they advertise as an electoral system, but also if you were to look at the constitutions of most of these states, because keep in mind every state has a constitution. Pretty much all of them include the right to freedom of speech, free association, a fair trial. Uh, nobody would argue that in as it is applied in society that North Korea, for instance, has any of those things.
No, of
So
course not.
why is it that that isn't applied consistently to the so-called Western states?
Well, we already know why. I mean, I think our audience knows why as well because fundamentally it's a sham. It's just a way that they can make themselves look pretty and look very good. And I think this is also going on to explain like why it is that totalitarian regimes throughout the world must always justify themselves on the basis of being necessary for some external threat. The Stalinist regime, for example, justified its totalitarianism on the basis of an encroaching and imminent fascist threat. You can see that the North Korean regime is justified in its opposition to the Japan United States alliance. And they're,
Japanese American imperialism.
yeah. And I'm pretty sure if you were to look around the world and with other totalitarian regimes, Zimbabwe, Guam, others, that they would justify themselves on largely the same issues because it relies entirely on perception, and that is crucial. It's a crucially important. It seems very small, but the extent to which you can terrorize your own population into perceiving an external threat to which the totalitarian regime is necessary to protect you against is the extent to which you can get people to conflate your interest. If you just had this guy come to your town and just say like I'm here to take 30% of everything you own, they would either tell you to pound sand or actively fight against you depending on how aggressive you're willing to be to enforce your will. Whereas if you can convince the entire town that you single-handedly are protecting them against some dragon, then they'd probably be more willing to fork over the 30% that you demand as a tax that's absolutely necessary to maintain their protection. Is this true? Of course not. Dragons, unfortunately, don't exist. However, that's just the justification. And it's the same thing with the state. You need this entire illusion maintained, and the state goes to great expense to maintain the illusion. Like, the overwhelming majority of its expense is put forward to maintaining the illusion, both through government indoctrination to make kids incapable of thinking and acting otherwise as the state wishes them to. You have this massive media empire. You have the whole gigantic welfare system, which is just another mechanism by which the state operates materially in the interests of certain people, and or not only just poor people but also rich people through corporate welfare. It's this whole mechanism that just, once you really start to piece it together, you realize, like, oh my goodness, it's massive, and everything is just entirely so that they can just parasite off of you, so they can just continue living at your expense.
Heretic, we can't reject the idea. We can't reject the idea that we're dependent upon party politics, because if we did that, then we would have to accept that the state is illegitimate.
Oh, crap. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my divine overlords. Please forgive my foolishness. I will happily vote Republican in November, I promise.
The quote-unquote libertarian party version of that would be, we can't accept that state policy doesn't have a functional influence over society more than just socially engineering parasitic incentives that can't exist naturally. Mm-hmm. If that were the case, then the Libertarian Party couldn't be used as a vehicle to try and convince libertarians that the state was necessary.
Oh, and by the way, here's something interesting that I think is worth talking about from the chat. Kojal Tad just said, even corporations like the one that makes Doritos shills for voting by going to universities to shill for it. I will post it a little bit later on Discord. I believe that this is happening, and I can see why this is happening, because I've told you before, like, I've been reading through a book called The Vampire Economy about what the economy was like day to day during Nazi Germany. The book was written in 1939, so this was before the World War was underway, but it's still, like, very interesting, like the kind of in very visceral detail, like just how running a business and how having your own industry and even property was like at that time. And one thing that's very interesting is the extent to which legislation and law is already arbitrary, but then, like, there wasn't even a formal written law that you could cite in order to win a court case. It was basically just whatever you could do to gain the favor of the judge, the official, the commissar, whoever happened to be in power and happened to be in charge of your industry. Everything was entirely just like this incredibly corrupt game of bribery and trying to achieve favor with your local official. Now, one thing that they did...
that's not corruption, that's just the logical conclusion of political authority.
Yeah, of course. I'm just using the term corruption because that's how it would use in the more common sense. It is just how people would just operate given the incentives presented. But that said, I think I brought that up because one thing that companies would have to do in order to gain favor with their local party official is to basically earn good boy points. They would have to host parties in celebrations in favor of the Führer to make themselves look like they're loyal members of the party, loyal members of Germany, like good corporate citizens, that sort of thing. Basically just to help themselves gain favor with a party official so that any imports that they might need in order for the business to actually function could be approved a lot more quickly, that sort of thing. And that's what I think Doritos and other companies that are doing this now are going to be doing as well when they're pushing the vote narrative, the please vote, because it's a way that they can gain good boy points so that anything that they do that might require approval from a bureaucracy or some government state official is going to be done a lot more quickly. They're just going to intrinsically get more favor as a result of it. I mean, they wouldn't be doing it unless they perceive some kind of benefit from it. If it didn't matter at all, they wouldn't be doing it. So they're just doing it just to, get good boy points. In this case,
That's
good boy
hilarious.
points translates into actual revenue, so yeah.
That's hilarious because all that I can think about now are multinationals like Disney or Coca-Cola, who, by the way, did have a presence in the Nazi Germany economy at the time, setting up events essentially saying, "Hail Hitler, buy Coca-Cola," or
Yes.
"Hail Hitler, watch our recent Mickey Mouse cartoon."
Yes. I don't know if that specifically happened, but I would not be surprised at
Oh
all
my
if that was done, if that actually happened.
Well, no, I mean, you can find German Coca-Cola ads from the Nazi regime, and you can find, it's pretty widely known that the Disney Corporation was collaborating with the Nazis at the time, so that is how it would have been. Now I picture that in my head.
I'm looking up Coca-Cola Nazi ad right now. See what shows up.
There was even a fucking cartoon produced for Nazi Germany by Disney, praising the regime or trying to romanticize life in Nazi Germany.
Yeah, I'm looking
You,
at a
you can
lot. I'm looking at a lot of these
find
ads
that.
right now, and they definitely do show kind of show idealized models, showing the German Volk drinking Coca-Cola, which it's.
Oh my god.
I wish I could read the German because I'm sure it's very cringy. On second thought, maybe I'm better off not being able to read it, but yeah, I'm not
White
very
people
surprised.
drink cocaine.
I think by then they had already gotten the cocaine out of the coke, but yeah, that's still freaking. That's still hilarious. Anyway, should we continue?
Yeah, sure.
Voting is apathetic. Do you want to read it or should I?
You can go ahead.
All right. Voting is apathetic. If the majority of the people did not vote for Reagan or the other indistinguishable candidates, were they apathetic? Were they all nihilists, pessimists, or unconcerned about their country? Obviously not. In fact, who is more apathetic and uncaring, the non-voter who protests actively against encroaching, stifling statism, or the voter who automatically goes to the polls when summoned and votes the straight party ticket without thinking about the consequences of voting? Voting has not and will never alter the basic nature of the state. The state is an institutionalized agency of theft, taxes, violence, regulation, and murder, war. Voting for a different murderer, politician, or an altered rate of theft, tax reform, serves no purpose but to allow statists to claim a mandate to do whatever they deem to be in the national interest, or state interest, or any city or country. Voting sanctions the state. What then does refusing to vote do? It is, in the deepest sense, the most profound vote one can make. It is a vote of no confidence in the ruling state. It is the steadfast, principled rejection of the sham of democracy that allows a tiny minority of voters, duly elected officials, and bureaucrats to use the laws, guns, and troops and might of the state to oppress and control the vast majority who refuse or are forbidden to vote.
Basically, vote with your wallet against the state. A
Pretty-
good way to put that.
Pretty much. I mean, I definitely like the way that this is put, that voting never alters the basic structure of the state, that this is always going to be a matter of fact. And I'm pretty sure you have also heard some party anarchists and Hoppians arguing for voting, trying to claim well, isn't a lower tax better? You're still being stolen from. It doesn't matter. You're basically trying to argue or trying to get me to compromise my principles on the basis that we can achieve some marginal change on some integer.
Well, and from the perspective of praxis, the role that taxations are, the libertarian position in opposing taxation is not um, making the tax rate less, because as I argued in the previous stream, and have argued previously, the system exists dually to foster dependence upon manufactured incentives that are all based around trying to structure your life around things that are created for the state's interests. So a tax rate is directly coercive, but the way that it creates an authoritarian society is not just that it systematizes violent aggression. It's that it makes it viable to create authoritarian institutions, to create institutions that otherwise could not exist had this violent coercion maintained some sort semblance of influence in society. So, and just go back to the comments I was making about legalization earlier. It's sort of the same. It's the same problem. I have more of my money, sure, but state still has a gross amount of control and leverage over my life. So I'm not more free. Plus, I'm still being aggressed against. So I'm getting less taken from me, but that doesn't mean I'm freer.
I mean, that just having having the amount that the government takes from your paycheck from 29% to 28% means you're freer, right? That's totally what that means. Even though you could easily just make your own tax rate 0% by just participating in the gray and black markets. I mean, I just can't help but think like if a lower tax rate is necessarily better, then naturally a 0% tax rate would be optimal. And if that's the case, then wouldn't that mean that you would necessarily have to be an agorist? Because if you're engaging purely counter-economically in the gray markets, or at least enough that you are employed through the gray markets, then your tax rate is 0. Isn't that optimal?
Yeah, even if you were to, think about that argument, well, still the agorist conclusion is the better one because, as Konkin has pointed out in some of his other work, that is an immediate emancipation from all state, a coercive appropriation of your resources and finances.
And I'm just looking at the chat right now. Apparently, Mises Institute has the PDF of the vampire economy. I got my PDF from b-ok.com, which I use to download a lot of books nowadays. I'm gonna let's try to see if I can't put a link in the chat, but it's a really good resource for free PDFs and EPUB books, which there are EPUB to PDF converters if you can't open EPUB things. Give me a second here.
Very old file format.
I think it's meant to be the file format for ebooks on like Kindle or something. I'm not totally sure. But
And by the way, yeah, Crispy came in here now.
Hello.
hello.
Yeah, he's in the stream with us, even though he's not.
Hello.
Not on his account.
I am not on my account, so my laptop is charging in my room, and I have to leave the room a couple minutes to cough because I got, well, I'm not TB, but allergies just as bad as TB.
So can you? So you're not watching TV? You're just downloading TV?
Oh, I meant TB like tuberculosis. Cause
Oh.
allergies are going crazy right now because of where we live.
Oh boy. I mean, I hope you feel better soon.
It's weird because I feel. If it weren't for the cough and all the crap in my lungs, I feel great. Like I felt more ejected than I have in the past week. But
That's good.
I feel like I'm choking and while I'm breathing. Was like, bro, you kidding me? But hello to all on the stream.
Yep. Everybody say
Wait,
hello.
Israel.
I think. Azur's not here. At least not right now. He had to leave.
Come on, Asian, you gotta play TF2 with me, mate. A GTA Online.
I mean, from what I can tell, he's going to his government indoctrination job in a tomorrow, so he's got to go to sleep early. That's the problem.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't push that back where he lives, because they keep these public schools in the local area. They keep, well, not in Indiana, but Kentucky. In the town we live in, I won't say it on stream, but they keep pushing the date back further and further because of all the COVID cases. Well, that and the protests, but both of them.
I'm not entirely sure that they are. I still maintain the position that a lot of these places aren't actually going to open up. I mean, we were just talking about this on 2 Cents' stream not too long ago, that in order to even set up these online courses, which have been used as a substitute for these classes, and, you know, it greatly reduces their operation costs. But in order to even do that, state has had to essentially demand the checks that they gave people at back at the beginning of the year, just to make that happen. And literally all they're doing is like employing people to run an app on their computer.
I mean, speaking of experience with like Zoom, for example, I'm in university right now. SM knows all about this because I punch into the room in which he sleeps at 11 o'clock in the morning to do my freaking Zoom classes, like, well, tomorrow morning. But, I mean, it's just, I don't know, they got full fascistic. That's not anything surprising, but they don't hire anyone anymore. Like, everything is all on, they're going full-blown all online, not even like to try and go back to in-person at all.
I'm not terribly surprised. I mean, I think I've said before that I think that this whole coronavirus thing has only accelerated the movement into the digital economy, because mostly by necessity, or at least a perception of necessity. People think that they have to go online, even though people were already going to go online because it's more profitable for them to do so. Just I've given the analogy before that now that people don't have to commute for 2 hours a day in order to get to work, people are finding that this is more profitable in general. They can just, in order to go to work, all they do is just roll out of bed, get coffee, and then just go to their go on their computer. Bam, they're at work. They can be wearing whatever they want. They can put on a suit and tie if they want, or they can wear nothing at all. I mean, it's their home. They can do whatever they want. The problem is that, well, the extent to which the state has mandated that they try to keep things as disciplined and controlled as possible has basically made the experience that should be exciting and engaging, being able to engage in online classrooms, very dull, boring, and uninteresting. The way that it should function is the teacher basically live streams their class, and people just comment on it through the chat system.
Oh my gosh, Twitch chat in freaking my math class. It'd be funny as heck.
Oh, I mean, come on, that would be absolutely phenomenal, especially if we could get some tryhards in there.
Bob Ross streams first came out on Twitch. Do you remember back when they first started doing the Bob Ross streams on Twitch? Those were hilarious. Everybody responding like, "Oh, why is Bob not responding to chat and all that stuff?" It's freaking great.
You know what would be even funnier is if, like, because there's gonna be a few of them, but people who are like running lectures on Twitch, if they started doing that, enabling text to speech.
Sorry.
That would be phenomenal. They would get the same thing that Ghost does, where they just get thousands of people like donating thousands of dollars just to hear the teacher like having to shut down the donation system, like panicking because people were talking about how they're people were explaining how when you're young and you get older your knee grows.
I literally just realized something. Guys, I know how to get free college for all. Literally have all lectures be streamed live on Twitch or YouTube and have freaking super chat donations with text to speech. Literally, we will achieve free tuition for all by letting 4chaners freaking spam nigger.
Hey, stop doing that.
Oh, sorry.
We are actually on the stream right now, and yeah, don't do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why we're using
I
allegory.
was on the stream. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. I mean, I have a hard time imagining, given how unpleasant the online school experience is at every level. I have a hard time imagining that schools are at all going to ever be able to recover from this. I mean, I know that where I am, that school districts have unfortunately opened up, and it doesn't seem that anyone cares enough about the coronavirus to cancel it, unfortunately. I mean, I've been rooting for a long time that coronavirus just keeps these schools closed, or any sort of justification. We know that it's not actually the coronavirus keeping them closed because these municipal governments are running out of money, but still, I would love to.
Let's get back to the pamphlets, because I kind of got off track there.
Yeah, my apologies again. I forgot that was on stream. I was just talking to Filthy for a second. Fuck. Sorry.
It's all right. We're like a couple hours into the stream. It's unlikely the censors will pick it up. So, anyways, voting is apathetic. Should we just go over to the final parts, because that's probably my favorite part of this pamphlet. I was reading it before we did a stream, and this one I greatly enjoy.
Yeah, sure. It looks like it's a good one.
The majority's choice. Nobody. If only 39% of the population wanted somebody to run their lives, whom did the other 61% want? The answer is clear. They want nobody to tax them, draft them, regulate them, kill them. Non-voters want to be free. They have looked at the candidates, considered the issues, examined the propositions, and made their well-reasoned choice, and more people are joining them every day. Nobody keeps his campaign promises. Nobody deserves to live off your taxes. Nobody has the right to meddle in your business or your life. Nobody can legislate freedom. Nobody can stop crime and injustice by theft and slavery. This election year, the choice is clear. Nobody deserves your vote. After all, if your vote is a sacred responsibility, if your vote is a solemn trust, then your vote should not be wasted on liars, thieves, murderers, and tyrants. And if that's all that politicians are, hype and hoopla notwithstanding, if you would like to support the winning candidates, if you would like to vote for nobody every day of the year, send $5 to us.
Counter campaign.
To the counter campaign. There's a link here. There's a link here for a PayPal address.
Odds are that probably doesn't exist anymore. Triplanetary.aol.
Oh, I moved it.
Oh, what's this from?
I moved it.
The pamphlet is from the late 80s, 1987 specifically. But,
yeah, that PayPal address was real, I think. It was just superimposed over like an actual address. I don't know it's there anymore, so I'm just going to go down because I might accidentally be doxing something. But, yeah.
You can tell it because they use an @AOL ending to the email address.
Well, no, that was superimposed over
the pamphlet.
Whatever was actually there, and I think that's just Victor Coman. That's just his PayPal probably, because the Triplanetary Alliance, I think was the name of it, is another group he's associated with. So, because remember, he's a sci-fi author. So, but anyway, just what I was gonna say is I love the artwork for this pamphlet on the back. Like, I
think there's a meme about it somewhere. I think Night Shift actually posted a meme like that one time. Vote for nobody. It was like a faceless man.
That's the Banksy version, I think. But my favorite part about this is how libertarian is in quotations.
It's in air quotes. It's like libertarian. I mean, hey, Konkin got it right. I mean, it's.
I kind of got an idea now for a parody campaign ad, maybe like 2 or 3 minutes long, detailing about all the things that nobody is going to do. all the campaign promises that nobody is going to keep with absolute certainty, and just like make a serious but parody campaign ad for nobody.
Oh, we could still do that. It's the middle of election season right now.
Oh yeah, plenty of time.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty decent idea. So let me take a look at the Panic of 1987 really quickly, because we're basically done with that pamphlet, and we kind of, I don't know about, we've kind of expressed all our thoughts on that one.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to.
This one's a good one. It goes over the crash of 1987, which is something that it's something that both the monetarists and the Keynesians have a hard time explaining, have a hard time talking about, mainly because it was an example of a market crash where there was both inflation and unemployment. That's something that, from the view of like that the existence of stagflation is basically like it is the nail in the coffin for arguments that you can prescribe interest rates through a central proprietor.
It's the bane of Keynes.
It's the bane of monetarism as well, because the fact that that can exist means that either manipulating, either printing money in any situation is not going to be able to stop market crashes. The fact that a market crash happens is because it's realized that there are a bunch of market signals based around resources which only exist in a speculative sense. That is to say, don't exist at all. Mm-hmm. That's fundamentally the problem with prescribing interest rates, is you're not actually producing more resources. You're just creating more debt. The impression that there's more trade than what's actually happening, but the problem is that there was no actual production and consumption to base those market signals on. So people attempt to coordinate their resources around the existence of a bunch of things that are nothing but, numbers on a piece of paper. So a crash happens because the best way to explain a crash is essentially a bunch of people realized that things they thought existed in the market don't actually exist. Mm-hmm. Once you understand it like that, you understand sort of immediately why the idea of any sort of central planning or proprietary rate setting is going to inherently cause this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna be honest. I really don't know much about the Panic of 1987 or that market crash. I just know that it existed, so this will be pretty revelatory for me. Anyways, we should begin.
Well, the Panic of 1987 is really interesting, and I think based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like Konkin actually elaborates on this.
It's written by Rothbard.
It notes Rothbard, but was it written by Rothbard, or is that just a quote by Rothbard at the end?
It says The Panic of 1987, 9 Myths About the Crash by Murray Rothbard.
Yeah, I didn't see that, sorry. Yeah, so this is written by Murray Rothbard himself. Huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But apparently it's good enough for Konkin, so...
Yeah, it's what I was looking at, and that I'm kind of surprised this was written by Rothbard in 1987, because it looks as though like in some of the later points here, he addresses one of the reasons, why this is kind of the crash of 1987 is kind of the bane of the existence of these statist conservatives and even party libertarian types, because it's an example of where deregulation works sort of structurally to benefit or to engineer state incentives. It's an example of one deregulation constituting as functionally a form of state privilege because of another legislative decree.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've spoken about that previously, but do you want to read this, or
Yeah,
want to maybe shout out this article and then go on to something else? Oh, we could read it if you'd like.
Yeah, let's read it. Mostly because this will be interesting for me as well. Ever since Black or Meltdown Monday, October 19th, the public has been deluged with irrelevant and contradictory explanations and advice from politicians, economists, financiers, and assorted pundits that must be leaving the layman even more confused than he was at the start. More than ever, conventional economic wisdom, whether of the liberal Keynesian, conservative Keynesian, supply-sider monetarist, or eclectic variety, proved unable to forecast the crash or have any but irrelevant or disastrous advice to offer on what to do next. Several Austrian economists and financial advisors were able to predict the general dimensions, if not the precise specifics, of the crash. Let's try to sort out and rebut some of the nonsense about the nature, causes, and remedies of the crash. Myth 1. It was not a crash, but a correction. Rubbish. The market was in a virtual crash state since it started turning down sharply from its all-time peak at the end of August. Meltdown Monday simply put the seal on a contraption process that had gone on since nearly September. You want to continue?
Well, just what I was going to say about that is a lot of people don't understand what the difference is between a crash and a correction, or try and draw the distinction. But essentially, a crash is like what I explained earlier. A crash is an example of a bubble in the market bursting, and a bubble in the market bursts when you have all these sort of proprietary influences creating rates that don't actually represent real market activity, and people finally people realizing that this everything that they're doing is not actually based on anything. That's an inevitable thing that will happen, because you will get to the point where it's just it's impossible to claim that that the amount of resources that they're claiming exists does. That's this. It's kind of amazing to me that people would even dispute this, because that is actually the reason why the Bretton Woods Agreement collapsed had to be disbanded in the first place. In 1971, the French Treasury realized that it had more U.S. dollars than the U.S. government claimed that it had in gold to pay the value of the dollars, to back up the value of the dollars. That's sort of what I mean by that's something that'll inevitably happen.
And how is that differentiated from a correction?
Good point. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you right now.
I can probably tell you. The difference is that one sounds scary, the other one sounds like everything's just completely fine. And if everything's completely fine, then Keynesians are able to save face. Yeah. So that's the difference.
I'll have to I can't believe I just blanked on that, but yeah, I'll have to look. I'll have to look into that in a second here.
I mean, I can imagine that the same language you use to describe a crash, that it's people realizing that the resources they thought existed don't actually exist, could also be used to describe a correction. It just seems like
Yeah,
it's just a
that's
trick. It's just a language
not
trick.
really. I mean, I know that it's I thought there was a sort of tangible distinction. I think a correction can happen in the absence of proprietary finance. That may be an explanation. That's and that's yeah. I blanked on that for a second, but I'd imagine that corrections can happen whether or not manipulation exists. But yeah, that's just exceptionally rare,
Hmm.
I guess.
Omen Rose in the chat is asking me if I heard about the new cryptocurrency. No. There's like
No,
there's like a lot of cryptocurrencies though. A lot.
I've noticed increasingly that state media is starting to basically just refer to any sort of digital exchange as a crypto exchange or a crypto money, probably to try and not subvert the crypto anarchist circles or the crypto anarchist movement, but to try and mislead people about the nature of cryptocurrencies.
It's
Doesn't
probably
seem to be
both.
very effective. It doesn't seem to be very effective, though.
It's probably a little bit of both, because from what I can tell, these people are not smart enough to even know what crypto is, what it means, and what it represents. And so they'll see Fed coin, or they'll see, I don't know, World of Warcraft gold as a form of cryptocurrency,
I think
despite
that
the
the
fact that
state
it
will.
lacks any sort of cryptocurrency attributes whatsoever. Not to mention
I
that they
think
have an incentive to, as you said, propagandize to people and mislead them as to what cryptocurrency is.
I think that the state shills know full well what cryptocurrency is. It's just that they have they don't know what to do about it. So this seems to be, the best course of action. Although that's not the reason why cryptocurrency hasn't destroyed proprietary finance. Reason that it hasn't destroyed proprietary finance is because the state still has significant influence over communications and commerce.
Hmm.
So as long as that's the case, the state will have influence over pretty much everything else.
All right. Now let's continue on to the second myth. You read it out.
The crash occurred because stock prices had been overvalued, and now the overvaluation has been cured. This adds a philosophical fallacy to myth one. To say that the stock prices fell because they'd been overvalued is equivalent to the age-old fallacy of explaining why opium puts people to sleep by saying it has normative power. The definition has been magically. By definition, if stock prices fall, this means that they had been previously overvalued. So what? This explanation tells you nothing about the way they were overvalued or whether or not they're over or undervalued now, or what in the world is going to happen next.
This again strikes me as another one of those save face explanations. Something that they can just throw out as some kind of explanation, even though it has no well explanatory power,
Yeah.
so that they can just pretend that no, everything's normal, everything's normal, you guys.
That's to say it's not really an explanation, it's a way of trying to stop people from explaining what happened or being able to criticize their explanation.
Hmm. Also, it's not a problem anymore. The overvaluation has been cured. How come we weren't able to tell that they were overvalued previously? Potatoes, I guess. But don't worry, everything's fine.
How do we know that they're not now?
Uh, I think that they're definitely going to be. I mean, you've seen its stock market and how the prices fluctuate from minute to minute. You could say that they're undervalued or overvalued at any moment, but this kind of assumes that there is some kind of objective value, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the other problem with it, especially in the case of stock value, because the stock market itself is largely, if not entirely, a construct of this, that there's something inherently coercive about creating debts in order to buy assets to produce things with. But as we know in modernity, it is ridiculously capital intensive in order to obtain basic business functions, specifically because of state interventions and the state manipulating the market. So sort of like why we can't suggest that corporations are a product of the market. Doesn't seem like in most cases creating debts on your own assets is a natural incentive. In fact, it's kind of absurd to argue that. Because nobody wants willingly to let other people obtain leverage over their own property.
Yeah. Now, you remember what Omen Rose was talking about earlier with the new cryptocurrency? I can see why he actually brought it up, because he sent me a logo of the new crypto, and oh my goodness, you need to check DMs.
Yeah, breathe.
That logo though is freaking hilarious.
Yeah, bringing racial equity and ending violence. That is, I'm pretty sure this thing is not coded very well. I can tell just by looking at it. In fact, I'd be willing to bet it's not even a cryptocurrency. That's another problem. Is a lot of these things which are being marketed heavily in state media that usually end up dying before they even started are not even cryptocurrencies. They're just digital. They're just digital forms of reserve notes at most. Cryptocurrencies have a sort of inherent proof of work function built into a blockchain algorithm.
I just posted the picture on stream so everyone can look at it, and I'm not unconvinced that the logo was designed by a 4chan troll.
Yeah, that.
Oh my!
I don't even know what that. You're talking about the face, if you can even call it that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to look like George Floyd, but it's so bad in just how it plays into racist stereotypes that I can't.
It looks like a baboon. Seriously, the color and the font make it look like the logo that you would see on the outside of a gay nightclub.
Oh, that is so bad. I can see why he brought that up to me, but yeah, that's just. It's a kind of off topic, but I just thought it would be fun to bring up. But, anyways, give me a minute here. I'm going to back to the thing. So I'm going to go on myth 3. The crash came about because of computer trading, which, in association with stock index futures, has made the stock market more volatile. Therefore, computer trading and/or stock index futures should be restricted / outlawed. This is a variant of the scapegoat term computer error, employed to get people errors off the hook. It is also a variant of the old Luddite fallacy of blaming modern technology for human error and taking a crowbar to wreck the new machines. People trade, and people program computers. Empirically, moreover, the tape was hours behind the action on Black Monday, and so computers played a minimal role. Stock index futures are an excellent new way for investors to hedge against stock price changes and should be welcomed instead of fastened upon by its competitors in the old line exchanges, to be tagged as the fall guy for the crash. Blaming futures or computer trading is like shooting the messenger, the markets that bring bad financial news. The acme of this reaction was the threat, and sometimes the reality, of forcibly shutting down the exchanges in a pitiful and futile attempt to hold back the news by destroying it. The Hong Kong exchange closed down for a week to try to stem the crash, and, when it reopened, found the ensuing crash was far worse as a result. Well,
there are two reasons why that specific point is really interesting. For one, this sort of persisting Luddite myth can be seen everywhere in the modern world, but most notably it could be seen in the advent of cryptocurrency itself, like we were talking about. This same sort of argument applies. Also, I think that it's very interesting because this sort of highlights how a lot like the breaks, I think they call them, like ringing the bell at the stock market in order to try and stop stock trading. All that does is actually it systemically halts conveying of information on sort of a massive scale. That's all that's happening when the stock market's shut down in response to these massive crashes. And that's gonna invariably always make it worse. Could you point to a single example in history where that's not resulted in the market continuing to crash?
It happened during the Great Depression. I mean, the Great Depression was just simply a result of whatever I say it was a result of. So therefore, I say it's not that. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if there's really much for me to say about this. You're all right. Like, this kind of thing, it feels archaic, but it's timeless in the sense that the Luddite fallacy is timeless, in the sense that Henry Hazlitt pointed out how the Luddite fallacy was used as a justification for having the government ban sewing needles in the 17th century. And this is unfortunately something that we're going to be dealing with for as long as we have states, and probably for a long time afterwards. That as long as people perceive a threat to themselves as a result of new technology, then they're going to fight against it. I can guarantee you that this was put forward by a lot of economists who figured that their ability to mathematically predict and model economic behavior, which is basically what Keynesians and monetarists are wont to do, is actually threatened by a computer, because a computer would be able to centrally plan better than they could. So therefore, that's a threat, and we can't have computer central planners. Only we can centrally plan. Or at least that's my understanding.
But the difference is, without a state, there's no patent office, and there's no host of agencies to suppress these developments when they come out before they come to market. Mm-hmm. So the Luddite fallacy would fall on deaf ears, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, as Kajoltad pointed out, Bucker Barlson is perfectly willing to put forward these myths and continue to perpetuate them, to the point where he's even willing to the point where he gets flattened by Mr. Logic and Reason himself, Ben Shapiro, about the Luddite fallacy.
Even though a lot of people will say that, Ben got flattened there, even though all Tucker Carlson did was make emotional arguments and ad hominems.
How dare you stand against the good, noble, and virtuous truck workers? They deserve to have jobs. Why do you not want people to be employed, huh, punk?
I don't know. The amount of productivity and consumption that would happen if those resources were invested elsewhere, more wealth was allowed to exist because it was less capital intensive to deliver things by a truck, would make it so these people who are losing their jobs as truckers could do more things and would have a better chance of pursuing their own interests
I mean,
in a more dynamic fashion.
you could easily make the same argument about the whatever happened to elevator operators or gas station attendants. They would still have jobs. They would just have different, better, more productive jobs. It's not really an issue. It's not an issue that you and I have to deal with anyway. So, anyways, I think we were ready to move on to myth 4.
Yeah. A major cause of the crash was the big trade deficit in the U.S. Nonsense. There's nothing wrong with a trade deficit. In fact, there's no payment deficit at all. If U.S. imports are greater than exports, they must be paid for somehow, and the way they are paid is that foreigners invest in dollars, so that there is capital inflow to the U.S. In that way, a big trade deficit and zero payment. Foreigners have been investing heavily in dollars, in treasury deficits, real estate, factories, etc. for several years. And that's a good thing, since it enables Americans to enjoy a highly valued dollar and consequently cheaper imports than would otherwise be the case. But, say, the advocates of Myth 4, the terrible thing is that the U.S. has, in recent years, become a debtor instead of a creditor nation. So what's wrong with that? The United States was in the same way a debtor nation from the beginning of the Republic until World War I, and this was accompanied by the largest rate of economic and industrial growth and of rising living standards in the history of mankind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put the words together to really get into this, because I have a feeling that Rothbard here is actually making a pretty big oopsie.
Yeah, he is, and specifically what he's doing is he's associating the market value of the dollar with foreign investments, which, as we've pointed out in numerous instances in past streams, that actually the reason for the debt that the United States is getting into nationally has been increasing pretty consistently since 1913. The idea that there's no deficit, that's just like laughably wrong. I can't even believe he actually said that, to be honest.
And you also he also seems to be operating under the classical assumption that trade in the United States between foreign countries operates on a free market basis, which is demonstrably not the case. Not only would there be possible tariffs involved, I don't know what the tariff policy was in 1988 or 1987 with other foreign countries, but I would imagine that they had their own import-export regulations in place, other restrictions on voluntary trade, certain rules on shipping, how much could be traded, what the prices of those goods are going to be, the other sorts of distortions that are more indirect to trading, such as subsidies and favorable tax rules for companies who engage in trading. Not to mention the U.S. in particular has the Import-Export Bank, which is a gigantic subsidy to any firm that engages in foreign trade and is basically just a giant money pot. It was established in 1934 as part of the New Deal in the United States. So this thing was definitely a major factor involved. Now, addressing the myth specifically, is the Import-Export Bank responsible for the crash, or was the big trade deficit? Honestly, I haven't looked into this 1987 crash enough to be able to say that one way or another. It might be interesting to look in, but my hypothesis is that if it had any factor at all, it would be fairly marginal at best.
Yeah, another in the what I was trying to go into a moment ago is the fact that, as we've mentioned previously, a large part of the U.S. dollar sustaining a relatively consistent market value despite the increasing debt is is for one OPEC cartelization and the U.S. dollar being pyramided off of um, various international markets through corporate globalization. But also the IMF forcing smaller nations through threat enforced by the United States and the European Union, particularly, in a direct sense, to base their fiat currencies off of the U.S. dollar or off of the euro. So there's so much distortion in that market that it's kind of laughable to say that or to suggest that these came like contradict seemingly in contradiction with the point that Rothbard goes on to make and was making previously, out of free market incentives, or to just assume that the market is some hegemonic like a hegemonic agora in the Greek sense, when in reality, it's a lot more dynamic than that. There are different markets. There are different incentives that define people's associations depending on, the areas they're in or the nations they're in. So I think that this is a big mistake here, and the reason why I think Rothbard was putting this forward is because this was 1987, so he'd gone full Hoppe by this time, and Hoppians have this weird idea that corporate globalization, which is essentially what this is defending here as a natural incentive. This is a classic quote unquote free trader argument.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they had this idea that emerged out of natural incentives, and that because those were quote unquote private actors, corporate globalization, despite being one of the most intrusive forms of manipulation and intervention that the state engages in, that's something that has to be defended.
Well,
That's this article's been pretty good so far, but point four is a massive stain on what he's written here.
yeah, I'm a little curious as to what Konkin's motivation was to include this, because I would think he would be smart enough to recognize that myth 4, the answer to myth 4, it has a few problems, to say the least. Anyways, I'll read out myth 5. The budget deficit is a major cause of the crash, and we must work hard to reduce that deficit either by cutting government spending and or by raising taxes. The budget deficit is most unfortunate and causes economic problems, but the stock market crash was not one of them. Just because something is bad policy, it doesn't mean that all economic ills are caused by it. Basically, the budget deficit is as irrelevant to the crash as the even larger deficit was irrelevant to the pre-September 1987 stock market boom. Raising taxes is now the favorite remedy to the crash of both liberal and conservative Keynesians. Here, one of the few good points in the original, or classical, Keynesian view has been curiously forgotten. How in the world can one cure a crash or the coming recession by raising taxes? Raising taxes will clearly level a damaged blow to an economy already reeling from the crash. Tax raising to cure a crash was one of the major policies of the unlamented program of Herbert Hoover. Are we longing for a replay? The idea that a tax increase would reassure the market is straight out of cloud cuckoo land. I mean, I'm a little confused as to why he addressed raising taxes specifically and not addressing cutting government spending. I mean, the result would have been the same either way. I don't remember him talking about that.
Yeah, and I think that another problem here is that it seems to completely undermine the point that he was making previously. That there's no payment deficit. How can there be a payment deficit if there's no problem with the budget?
I think they're referring to different things. Payment deficit
Also,
being in regards to like imports and exports, whereas budget deficit refers to the spending
no,
done
no,
by the federal government.
I am aware of the fact that those are two different things. I'm just suggesting that they're tangentially related to one another, and it's kind of weird to suggest that there isn't a payment deficit, but that there is a budget. That would kind of suggest that there's just like a static amount of wealth the government has, and that the government is not creating debts, which is absurd. That's frankly, but also, Rothbard only mentions one kind of intervention, but it's he seems to be suggesting almost that the things that we mentioned previously can't create distortions. Which, I mean, if you're going to create a cartel specifically to make it so only certain people can trade certain resources on the international markets, if you think that that's not going to create a distortion of either incentives or the prices of goods on the market, you are out of your fucking gourd.
Yeah, I'm still processing this because I'm not actually sure how to. I'm not entirely sure how to even address this.
Also, I don't even really
There's
I don't even understand really, what Rothbard's thinking here, because he's talking from the from the perspective of policy prescription. No, the way to undermine the proprietary manipulation of markets is to undermine the ability for that proprietary manipulation to happen, and that cannot be done through policy prescription. Policy prescription is precisely the problem,
is the
because
myth.
if you create these sort of prescriptions or the way that people can and can't trade, that's going to artificially limit resources, and that's going to distort incentives.
I'm trying to think, and this does not. The myth does not sound like something that any Keynesian would propose. Is that like a monetarist thing to to reduce deficits by cutting government spending? Typically, their thing is just inflate the
That's a
way
mon-
out of.
that's a monetarist talking point, though. It's yeah, though, as you were going on to point out, it's functionally the same problem the uh, as the Keynesian solution, which is just print a bunch of money and try to get investment bank spending.
Mhm. Yeah, this right now, it's just like ever since he got into Myth 4, it's just like a complete deterioration of his points. So you can go on read Myth 6.
And to be fair, like before we started reading this, I've given it a quick glance over, particularly at the later points, and the later points are somewhat interesting. But yeah, I hadn't seen this section yet. But regardless, it's kind of it's an interesting thing to talk about, I guess, because
It's
I guess it's interesting to have some sort of actual critical discussion about some of these things. And I think that sort of, Konkin's promoted that as well. There should be some sort of open debate about conflicting ideas.
plus it serves as a good example of 1980s Rothbard and his deterioration as an intellectual.
Yeah. Um, So myth 6, the budget should be cut, not by much, because much lower government spending would precipitate a recession. Fortunately, the way things are, we don't have to worry about a big cut in government spending. Such a cut would be marvelous, not only for its own sake, but because a slash in the budget would reduce the unproductive boondoggles of government spending, therefore tip the social proportion of saving and consumption towards more. What the fuck, Rothbard?
What? Yeah, that's my thinking as well. He is overtly recommending government and central banking policy.
Yeah, that is straight up the suggestion that these prescriptive legislative interventions would divert a recession. That is strictly in contrast with what the Austrian business cycle would put forward, that such a thing would amount to a systematic distortion.
And not to mention that Rothbard is sounding suspiciously like a central planner here. But anyways, we got one more paragraph to go.
For saving investment investment in relation to consumption is an Austrian remedy for easing a recession and reducing the amount of corrective liquidation that the recession has to perform in order to correct the malinvestments of the boom caused by the inflationary expansion of bank credit. No, that is the monetarist position. The Austrian position is that market signals created by proprietary manipulation are going to create market distortions and therefore cause a crash because people will be investing around resources that don't actually exist.
Yeah, this is
the Austrian position. The Austrian position is that human action determines interest rates.
Mm-hmm. But we have Rothbard not only overtly recommending government policy for the purpose of distorting the market in a direction he personally considers to be valuable, but goes so far as to justify it on the basis of Austrianism, even though actual Austrian business cycle theory works. Would just anyone who knows it would just laugh at him for even making this proposal. This is like pure 1980s Rothbard right here. This is just bad.
This is not an Austrian talking about economic theory. This is a party shill paying lip service to Austrian ideas in order to festoon political solutions and state intervention in much the same way that Peter Schill, aka Peter Schiff, currently does in regards to proprietary reserve banking in response to the advent of cryptocurrencies.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of Peter Schill, did you see the poll he did on Twitter about like who should his son listen to, or who should people listen to for financial advice? A 30-year professional with a 30-year professional or some kid about Bitcoin, and people like picked 80% the kid, and then he's like, I was just joking, haha.
Yeah, that's really cringy, especially coming from an Austrian.
Alleged
I don't know.
Austrian.
Yeah, an alleged Austrian, because especially in regards to money, he either does not understand the Austrian theory of money and credit or just neglects it entirely. No, you got to remember Joseph Stiglitz, Paul Krugman. These people are all tenured economists, and some of them have been doing this longer than he has. Does that make their insight more valuable than Peter Schiff's?
Guess so. I mean, does that mean we should fake an alien invasion to stimulate the economy?
I don't know. Does that mean that the Holocaust ended World War II?
Guess so. I mean, if you just go at something long enough, that just means you automatically become correct at whatever field you've been spending so much time at. all I have to do is just like sit in a library and just do nothing for 50 years, and everything I say about what's in that library and what the books in the library say will be automatically correct. That's how that works.
Let's see if this does indeed get any better, or if what I glanced over was the better part of the article. Myth 7. We need to offset the crash and starve off a recession is lots of monetary inflation and lower interest rates. Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan did exactly the right thing by pumping in reserves right after the crash, announcing that the Fed would ensure plenty of liquidity for banks and for the entire market and the economy. I'm reading Rothbard quoting a popular argument that was going around about the 87 recession. That, just to clarify, is not Rothbard's position, although at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if he did argue something along those lines. In this way, Greenspan and the federal government have proposed to cure the disease, the crash and future recession, by pouring into the economy more of that very virus, inflationary credit expansion, that caused the disease in the first place. Only in Cloud Cuckoo Land, to repeat, is the cure for inflation more inflation. To put simply, the reason for the crash was the credit boom generated by the double-digit monetary expansion engineered by the Fed in the last several years. For a few years, as always happens in phase one of an inflation, prices went up less than the monetary inflation. The typical euphoric phase of inflation was the Reagan miracle of cheap and abundant money accompanied by the moderate price increases. Oh, so there was there was a massive amount of debt. Okay. By 1986, the main factors that had offset the monetary inflation and kept prices relatively low, the unusually high dollar and the OPEC collapse, had worked their way through the price system and disappeared. The next inevitable step was the return and acceleration of price inflation. Inflation rose from about 1% in 1986 to about 5% in 1987. As a result, with the market sensitive to and expecting eventual reacceleration of inflation, interest rates began to rise sharply in 1987. Once interest rates rose, which had little or nothing to do with the budget deficits, a stock market crash was inevitable. The previous stock market boom had been built on the shaky foundation of the low interest rates from 1982 and so on. Okay, so two things. One, he seems to regard inflation here as something that only happens when the government just prints an exorbitant amount of money and gives it directly to investment banks, which is what is referred to as stimulus. But as I've pointed out, it can, these distortions were caused by all sorts of things. And that's just sort of it. I would admit it's not even, I would argue as well that central banking, is a big part of that, but he is severely overestimating the reason why central banking does this. And the other problem is he seems to be suggesting that if interest rates are lowered, so if they print money but just don't print more, then that somehow is it's proprietary manipulation, but it's not it's not the Keynesian kind of proprietary manipulation.
Well, I've noticed that I could give him some benefit of the doubt here because it seems like he's under a time constraint, or at least a space constraints and to not make this thing go on longer than it needs to, he had to compress his explanation as to the central banks inflating the money and why they do that to basically just a step-by-step explanation of what happened and what were the amounts. The why, for all intents and purposes, is not terribly important. It is important, of course, but for the sake of the information that he's presenting here, it doesn't seem to be as important. Which, I mean, it's kind of clear that this is a recurring cycle throughout American history since 1913, the passage of the Federal Reserve Act. There is a huge expansion of credit so that there is a large amount of free money. This causes a great economic boom, and then people start to realize that the investments they made were done with resources that didn't actually exist. There is a crash, and then in order to get out of the crash, the Federal Reserve starts to inflate the monetary supply again until you have another boom, and you just end up with a boom and bust cycle. Yay! This is just the latest iteration of that, and you can see that this kind of thing has been a recurring thing throughout history, at least until relatively recently, since we never actually recovered from the 2008 financial crash. And now it's just like we're kind of in a recession now, even though, well, we have interest rates at record lows.
I'm just reading over the next couple points.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, at the very least, it does get better. There's nothing really objectionable per se. Just that there's a certain number of points that, just that he makes a certain number of points that he would probably benefit from elaborating on.
Yeah, it's that I guess out of these next 2 points, the most interesting one is the ninth point that he addresses, where Rothbard, I guess begrudgingly, just admits to what I'd argued, which is that other forms of distortion can massively influence and that the state benefits, greatly from those, but also that those can and do cause recessions and depressions.
Yeah, and I talked about this before in my video on the 2008 financial crash. The reason that it was a housing crisis and not, say, a student loan crisis, a car crisis, or any other asset crisis like a restaurant crisis is because of all other economic distortions that were happening in the housing industry at that period in time were basically all coming to a head and have been going on for decades. Not just the Community Reinvestment Act, but the what's it called? The Housing Act of 1934, where the federal government really began mandating the banks make loans to certain communities on the basis of making housing affordable. But
yeah,
anyways,
my network disconnected there. Sorry, it does that every couple hours.
Okay. I was just explaining that the housing crisis was caused by specific distortions that the federal government itself created in the market, specifically through mandating that lending institutions give mortgages to buy houses to people who couldn't afford them, and that made the housing crisis a housing crisis and not any other kind of financial asset crisis. Now, myth 8. The crash was precipitated by the Fed's unwise tight money policy from April 1987 on, after which the money supply was flat until the crash. There is a point here, but a totally distorted one. A flat money supply for 6 months probably made a coming recession inevitable and added to the stock market crash, but that tight money was a good thing nevertheless. No other school of economic thought but the Austrian understands that once an inflationary bank credit boom has been launched, a corrective recession is inevitable, and that sooner or later comes the better. What the... God damn it, he's central planning again. The sooner a recession comes, the fewer the unsound investments that a recession has to liquidate, and the sooner a recession will be gotten over with. The important point about a recession is for the government not to interfere, not to inflate, not to regulate, and to allow the recession to work its curative way as quickly as possible. Interfering with the recession, either by inflating or regulating, can only prolong the recession and make it worse, as in the 1930s. And yet the pundits and economists of all schools, the politicians of both parties, rushed heedless into agreed-upon policies of inflate and regulate. This is not an Austrian position. This is a Chicago school position that you just have to raise and tighten the interest rates to prolong or to reduce and make a recession not nearly as bad. So I don't understand why he can go around calling himself an Austrian if he's putting out crap like this.
That's a misunderstanding of the it's kind of weird that he Rothbard of all people is putting forward a bastardized version of the Austrian business cycle theory, given that he kind of is famous for popularizing it. But no, the actual version of the Austrian business cycle theory is that because an attempt at prescribing interest rates creates a distorted sense of what is actually in the market, because people invest in producing or consuming around the assumption that resources exist which aren't actually there. That is going to inevitably result in a market crash, or a correction, as it can also be considered, specifically once people come to realize that these resources are just paper and don't actually exist. But the solution to this is not something that can be achieved through proprietary manipulation of any sort. The way to stop recessions or depressions like this is to try and undermine these models, or to not associate with them, because that's another thing, and this is something Mises himself and even early Rothbard argued, and this is a point that Pierre Byland recently started popularizing once again. That's kind of been neglected by a lot of these political libertarians. But if you look at the fact that investment and interest is sort of determined from a bottom-up basis, from people themselves investing around their own interests, then you realize as well that markets and the communities that these markets exist within also are based around a certain set of commodities and can be distinctly defined from other markets. The market is not some sort of hegemonic thing that exists independently of people organizing themselves. And that's sort of the problem with political economies. People do not define markets in political economies. States define markets in political economies. So a political economy is the Austrian method fundamentally refutes at its core the concept that political economies are the result of real market incentives. And the suggestion here is that, well, as you said, if the state were to intervene less, then that would not less, but just were to intervene at a lower rate, that would stop the recession, or that would lead to a correction occurring faster. I mean,
well, it's still creating the distortions. It's still creating all of the problems that you outlined earlier. It's just that now the distortions are working in ways that meet Rothbard's preferences.
Yeah, and I've heard this presumably because a lot of people in the Mises Institute take influence from late Rothbard, but I've heard this version of the Austrian business cycle argued by a lot of people, including like Tom Woods, and it always kind of hits my ear the wrong way when I hear it. It makes me raise my eyebrow because if you've ever actually read Mises, especially Hayek, I think, was probably better than a lot of the early to mid 19th century Austrians on identifying the sources of distortions and calculation problems. But yeah, they seem to like have this positive association with forms of intervention that like intervene at lower rates, and that is a total misunderstanding or outright misrepresentation of the Austrian business cycle.
That is
Austrian, because they're the right distortions.
What's funny is that you don't just say, "Oh, just raise the interest rates." It's not just something you can just do arbitrarily. You've got to have an interest rate that you're trying to set it to. However, since you're a central planner, how can you possibly know what the correct interest rate is to minimize the recession? You don't have that information. Nobody can ever have that information, and because this kind of thing is centrally planned, you can't get that kind of information. It's entirely arbitrary. What are you going to do? Raise it from 1% to 10%? How do you know the right one isn't 9%? How do you know it isn't 11%? How do you know it's not something in between? You're just guessing.
What are you going to do? Lower the interest rates under zero, which is something that incidentally is happening right now that a lot of the Chicago types would argue. If you're going to try and make the case that it's a natural incentive that everybody has to operate at a net loss, then you're fucking nuts. You're high as hell on politically induced cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, just partyarchy, not even once. I mean, at some point I've got to make some meme. It's like your brain on partyarchy. Any questions?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Do we want to look through another one of these pamphlets, or do we want to get to an issue of New Libertarian Weekly? I'm kind of scared if we do that, it's going to go on for another 2 hours.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping to wrap this up after this one, but we're not finished. We still got to go through Myth 9.
Oh, okay. Well, I kind of mentioned that already.
I haven't read it out to the stream, so I'll just go ahead and do that. Before the crash, the main danger was inflation, and the Fed was right to tighten credit. But since the crash, we have to shift gears, because recession is the major enemy, and therefore the Fed has to inflate, at least until price inflation accelerates rapidly. This entire analysis, permeating the media and the establishment, assumes that the great fact and the great lesson of the 1970s and of the last 2 big recessions never happened, i.e. inflationary recession. The 1970s have gone down the Orwellian memory hole, and the establishment is back, once again, spouting the Keynesian Phillips curve, perhaps the greatest single and most absurd error in modern economics. The Phillips curve assumes that the choice is always either more recession and unemployment or more inflation. In reality, the Phillips curve, if one wishes to speak in those terms, is in reverse. The choice is either more inflation and bigger recession, or none of either. The looming danger is another inflationary recession, and the Greenspan reaction indicates that it will be a whopper. Well, yeah, I mean, we kind of did address that one already.
I wouldn't call that a redemption, but it's not a terrible point. And aside from just trying to encourage people to think, to start discussion of ideas within libertarianism, I'm just trying to think of like the reason that this would have been, published by Konkin. The other, I guess, is because it creates a counter narrative to the to what state media was saying about the Panic of '87. Although in some regards, it isn't really a counter narrative because if you listen to any of the Chicago school types, they would essentially tell you the same thing. And Konkin famously was even more critical of the Chicago school in some regards than even the Keynesians. He referred to them specifically as the efficiency experts of the state.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like that's what Rothbard is doing right here. In everything from like myth 4 all the way until myth 8 is just him trying to speculate the most efficient way for the government to essentially plan finance.
Yeah, it's as though he, is buying into the Chicago intake on quote unquote libertarianism that was, utterly defeated. That's the one major bit of subversion that Konkin successfully prevented in his lifetime was Milton Friedman trying to establish a presence in the Libertarian Party, in the Libertarian movement through the Libertarian Party. And, Konkin knew his position on war as sort of financial advisor of the state. And so he asked him, you supported World War II and helped the government during World War II. Would you support that position now, and why? That's the question that Konkin asked him at a Libertarian Party Q&A. And he gave the sort of typical conservative statist response, which, that made everybody in the crowd very skeptical of Friedman. But that's one of the things that Konkin did that actually had a lasting effect, and it was he prevented subversion by the Friedmanites.
Now we just gotta fix the subversion by the Hoppians. Fortunately, Fortunately, I don't think they're going to be around for much longer.
Fortunately, that's what I was going to say. It looks like they're kind of already losing that battle. I mean, they had a lot to work with. Rothbard in his senile last decade on this earth, naming Hoppe as his economic sort of, not economic but philosophical heir. Him being Rothbard being so positive towards Hoppe's work, and of course you have the Mises Institute that is not even remotely critical for the most part of Hoppe's work. But even despite all this leverage Hoppianism has through the major outlets within the libertarian movement, it's there's a fatal flaw with Hoppianism, and that's the Hoppians may win people over to statism, may subvert libertarian tendencies, but most of the people who are won over don't remain libertarians and don't continue to associate with the libertarian movement. Thus, their influence within the libertarian movement dies out. So it's sort of it's a self-cannibalizing process.
It's actually kind of interesting to watch. It's kind of like a train wreck in slow motion. It's horrible, but you can't look away. And I'm just wondering, how long until people that we know, haven't they already fallen? You remember Atomic? He's unironically putting forward slogans like "Back to the Blue."
Yeah, you guys who are watching the stream right now remember Atomic ANCAP? That the kid that used to do a lot of collabs with Mr. Dapperton. Yeah, he went. For those of you who don't know, he went full Hoppian and now identifies as a monarchist. So.
Did he go monarchist? Last I heard, he was a neo-Confederate.
He's confused.
He's a he's a Confederate monarchist, apparently. I don't know how you square that circle, but I mean wouldn't be the first time that they've done that kind of thing. I'm not terribly surprised, but on the other hand, it's also like incredibly disappointing. I mean, what's hilarious is that in the Hoppy and Stream replying to Part 5, their response to our pointing out or our sharing the screenshots of a censored out atomic showing that Back the Blue picture, their reply was, "It was a joke," which, I mean, I can appreciate humor, at least I think I can, but usually jokes require a punchline. I don't know what the punchline is.
But yeah, it's happened to quite a few people in the libertarian movement. The major, like, little Hoppian spat that happened last year with people like Atomic, Thalma, Hoplu, and all these other, like, former libertarians who decided to abandon libertarianism for Hoppianism. Yeah, almost as if to demonstrate our point, most of them are not libertarians anymore.
Yeah, suffice to say, they owe me a few. I'm owed a few apologies.
By which I mean they themselves don't even identify as libertarians anymore.
Mm-hmm. Hell, you even have like some people who don't even know libertarianism, like Mr. Dapperton. Like, he's clearly very sympathetic to Hop now, even though I'm certain he's never read a single thing he's ever written.
Yeah, he even tell you that he's never read anything written by any major libertarian thinkers?
If you've read a single, like, let me just say this: if you're on stream and you've been following along as we were reading from these pamphlets, you are more well read than Mr. Dapperton, than a YouTuber who had 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah, the thing with Mr. Dapperton is he was never libertarian. He was a party shill in the sort of cokesh variety at best. But you know, look at how that turned out, Mr. Former military ops guy threatening political opponents with violence because they're critical of him. But no. As for how that turned out, I'm pretty sure that the only reason he promotes Hoppa's work is just because Hoppa is associated with owning the libs, and also because agorists are very critical of Hoppa, and we are the main people propagating agorism in the libertarian movement right now. Well, not the main.
I wouldn't go that far. I think he's he's just being complimentary. I think he's just being complimentary of Hop because you don't like him.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Because if you look at how Hoppians talk about agorists, they attempt to dichotomize themselves from agorists, and they're right to do so, but you know, not on the grounds that we're competing interpretations of libertarianism, but that we are libertarians who are able to call them out on their bullshit, and they are not libertarians. But yeah, we are associated with agorism because we're some of the major figures currently spreading it in the libertarian movement. And SO bad or filthy bad. Therefore, Hoppa good.
It's still mostly SO bad, which honestly I'm very jealous of.
Yeah, if I could tell you the secret for how to piss people off like I do, I would tell you. But personally, I don't even know what I'm doing. So
yeah, I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I think we should start wrapping up the stream. Any final thoughts? I mean, we were here for like 4 hours and only got through 3 pamphlets. So there is significantly more that we haven't gone over. I'm just gonna go ahead and post the link in the chat real quick, just so people can see it again.
Those of you who are watching, yeah, go ahead and read all this material for yourself. And there's going to be more posted. So there's a reason to like bookmark this page or keep returning to it. The fact though that we were able to squeeze out 4 hours of content with 3 pamphlets is pretty goddamn impressive, I would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to say, and a lot of it is, well, let's be honest, absolute gold. Except for that last one, like, 80s Rothbard is just pure cringe.
Yeah, well, I would still say that it's worth having that pamphlet now for the sheer sake of exposing these ideas or critiquing these ideas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's definitely useful.
That's one thing that I will say that's good.
Donation.
I learned a lot.
Nice. Who's it from?
Kojal donated $10. He says, "Thank you, great stream. I learned a lot." Yeah, we're happy to help. And thank you again for the $10.
Thank you very much. It's we really appreciate it. It's really helping us out, especially right now. With me living counter-economically and at the sort of at the end of developing FNet and Heretic with his situation.
Mm-hmm.
But just what I was saying is the good thing about late Rothbard is that you can actually contrast directly his the paleo libertarian positions with Rothbard's earlier positions, which is why I would suggest that some of his earlier essays are kind of obscure even within the libertarian movement, despite the fact that they kind of defined Rothbardianism.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, we're gonna go ahead and close it out here. So again, thank you all for the donations. Thank you for stopping by to see what we had to say. And yeah, we'll see you again. Actually, I think we're going to be doing a mini show on Friday, right? Only an hour long.
We're also streaming tomorrow. We do Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
I actually wasn't planning on streaming tomorrow.
Oh, well, if we don't, that's fine. But yeah, we can stream on Friday.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a 1 hour mini stream on Friday. Probably a bit more chill. Maybe we'll probably do something a lot more fun. We'll figure it out. Alright, so thank you again for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Bye.